Hello. It is time. Okay. I need to clean up a little bit of stuff that's just been left over for a while. Not, I mean for a while. Just stuff that's been left over. So, this entire file is going back. I'll keep the grenade there. I need to test that to see if I really need to calculate restricted. I can just delete that. Right. And then this. That's fun to just stay as it is. Though this line change is funny because this was a 1, 1, -1, and now it's stayed the same. It's still a 1, 1, -1. And it's just decided to blow it up with that. So I'll just open and see if I can get those line changes to go away in the editor itself. What will I be doing? Yeah, at this point now I should be back to IK. Still wants to just be ridiculous with these values. The 0, I believe, yeah, 0 just reads in as 0. I wrote something that would try to clean up floating point values that should basically just be zeros or exactly 1. The code did not always work though. And I still just blame the fact that they don't use normal float to string conversions. They have like some super custom system that is supposed to give you the exact representation as a string such that when you read it back, it stays exactly the same. At least that's what it seems like. But obviously it doesn't work because their values are just 0. You know, maybe it's more that the transforms, when they do their math, they don't check to see if a value is effectively 0 or effectively 1. Like to a high precision, and just leave those values as they are. Yeah, it's just so weird. Okay, I'll add this one. Just so it can be out of here. All right. I want to test if I can bring this value back up and things will be fine. Though I suppose, I mean, like math-wise, this value was, what was it? What the hell? Am I thinking of that right? It would be like, it would move it like this, and it would do this 2 times, right? So I'd be at precision of 0.64. So the math here is I would do this. So I say 0.03. I'll write it all out. Wait, it should be going the other direction, right? Because, yeah, I want it to go the other direction, which is actually going to be 1 minus this value to that power. And yeah, see, okay, so yeah, roughly 0.64 still. So technically, if I wanted to match the other ones, I would do, the original setup was 2 position steps with 0.8 or 0.2 as the stabilization factor. To achieve the same precision with 16 steps, I would use a stabilization factor of like 0.275. If I were to use the normal one, I would be at this precision, which is probably way too high. If I did 1, I'd be here. Did 1.8, I'd be there. And if I did 0.3, I'd be there. So I could leave it at 0.2 and see what this does. I think I still have it breaking. Yeah, okay, so let me turn the braking off. I had a realization for how that braking should work. Essentially, I need to make some sort of extension to the joints that marks them as like a breakable type joint. And then, depending on what the joint is and what other settings I can apply to it, I'd be able to say, like, here's what any motors might go to when it breaks. Here's what joints should be deleted or detached or something. You know, I can probably just wait on that actually. But yeah, essentially joint data is probably gonna explode a lot more. Whoa. Yeah. One second. I don't like how many variables are here, but I am using every single one of them. Well, I guess I could review that to know for sure. What was I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Right, I was going to turn off the braking. I'll just put this here for now. Okay. So I just want to see if this was like unstable or I think I probably actually want to see this because I think what I'm really looking for is just to do this. So I still want to see the force values, but I want to see how stabilization impacts that. So like 1,000 there, 1,200 there, 1,200. Seems pretty consistent. Okay, I did not get anything big there. More like an 1,100. It's not even hitting 500 there. Okay, so that's what that looks like. And then if I were to drop this down to a value that allows more positional steps to should allow more positional steps to take place at pretty much the same accuracy. Well, this would be a lot lower accuracy. I mean, it looks about the same. I'm not seeing... I feel like I am seeing less force values though, or the force values are lower. There's an 1800 there. It's the highest one I've seen so far, actually. I feel like some of these whip really hard and I don't see. Oh, wait, there's like, whoa, am I missing values? I've been like missing values. Well, I guess like technically if the value is lower, it would be trying to apply it would apply a high force for longer, right? I'm assuming the idea with that is you probably want to get it as high as possible without making your simulation unstable. Oh, that's a good test. 4,000? Okay. That was weird. I just want to see, like, what the difference is between these two. Like, what's different? I would expect the lower value to generally get... I mean, yeah, the expectation with the lower value is that I will get better force numbers. And I would also kind of expect them to be lower overall. More accurate, but lower. Well, like equivalent accuracy, I guess. And then with the higher number, I would expect to see maybe a little bit more chaotic values, but those values should also be higher overall. That didn't even register. I barely even registered any force on these. Yeah, there was a big hit. But it really seems like... I mean, they all approach the same amount, and I got a 4,000 just then. I don't know what I'm doing. Just messing around. I don't know. There's probably just a performance and a stability thing is really all it is. You probably want this number to be as high as you can get it. It would minimize the number of position steps because you're making more progress towards the correct value, or you're making faster progress towards the correct value. But there is always like an inherent instability where it will make progress towards it until it goes over, and then it will come back. It'll like go back and forth over what the correct value is. And every time it's over the correct value, it's wrong and it's unstable. So if you make it too high, it could basically never stabilize, and or in this complex system with like all these joints on a single body, it could never stabilize and just end up exploding. And if you get too low, it may not. It will eventually, you know, reach a stable solution, but it could take so long that it becomes obvious. I'll just leave it here. 0.18 is pretty good. Things are rigid enough. It seems like I actually generally get lower values overall. It seems like every time I set it low, really low, sometimes I'll see like a 4,000 appear. Or very often, like everything's always going to be like 1,000 or higher. And then here it's like I have to like really try to get a hit to cross 1,000. And anything over like 2,000 is really, really rare. Or it's just for a single tick. I also think what I might do is I might use some sort of like a window thing where basically the maximum value I can go to, the maximum value for an impact that I can read is like I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't do that. That's really not a thing for me to consider now, but like I'm knocking this around pretty hard. So I'm gonna leave this, actually. Comment it out just so I don't delete them. But I want to be able to see the force values. Okay. What's the plan right now? The plan right now is to get the motors going. I think that's what I'm doing now. I need to get the motors going. I need to get that happening. So update motors. I guess I will just go ahead and turn on. I'll just turn on one leg. Okay, I can't actually just turn on one leg. Well, I can. It's just going to be a little bit annoying. Because I have to go in here and I have to make a unique thing. Now we're split off. Now I can turn the motors on. I'll just double check that none of the other ones are running. Yeah, all the other ones are different. Okay, so I've activated the motor on the front right leg. There it is moving. I'm going to lock the other ones. So I don't really know. What can I do there? Probably. Probably. I actually don't know how to turn the angles off. I'll just... I was gonna say I can just lock the body. I could lock the bodies, actually, but that would be not that difficult. So, okay. Underscore body, all of these. We will angle lock them, so they won't rotate. They should also keep the main body pretty much stuck in place, because, or the rotation of that main body stuck in place. Right, so, right, and then, dang, how can I do this? Like, I really sort of need it to, I need it to not move. I think I need to make it completely not moving. So this will also be locked on all linear axes. So now this is just firmly in place. Okay. So I will turn on the ghost for this. It also seems like it can't even complete the step right now. Whoa, that force is like really high. Do I? Okay, hang on. Turn the motors off. Turn the motors off. Here's what I need to do. I need to actually get all of these, all the beams set up. The beams are the ones that need to be set up, because right now I probably have some issues where they might be snapping in the wrong way. All right, so does this have too much? Is that too much then? Do I actually need to bring this down? It's like right on the verge of being unstable. Ooh. Got it twisted in a weird way. No, I'm stuck. I've got myself stuck. Okay. I forgot I can just do this and I can fly through things. Okay. Also, I am missing a rotation there that should be happening. There is a bit of a missing rotation. Dog, you're good. You're good. What could I do there? The IK. I considered dropping this to have, or just changing it. And it might even be that the rest correction angles could just be too high. They don't really need to be very high. But they do need to be set in relation to this one. So I can change. Yeah, you know what? I think tick. So, okay, so this is an angular delta limit. So let me think about that. That is applying in 100th of a second. So I could rotate 10 degrees in 100th of a second. Which times 100 is 1,000 degrees per second. So that's probably way too fast. It's technically what it's allowed to do. Though that's not really that part of it, I think. I think it's more the door's left open. One sec. I think it's more that the limiting factor here is how far I'm allowed to move the IK target. But then it seems like the rest correction angle is probably allowing it. It's probably allowing way too much. So I may need to drop all these probably to a 10th. I'm gonna try dropping these to a 10th because I'm suspicious that this could be a large impact on the angle matching when it's very slightly off. Yeah, so ideally I would not see. Okay, let me try turning it off completely. This is the front front right. Let me turn it off. That should just turn it off. Okay, yeah. So it looks like it's I'm just trying to drop this to see like what exactly is causing this. All All right, what if we had no IK? What if we just straight up didn't do any IK? It's actually just not allowed to do any IK. It's going to do nothing. So I should just see the rotations being copied in exactly. Hey, Yulia. But to say an early stream that I looked at the clock. Well, I was here half an hour ago. Okay. So this tells me I have an issue somewhere. Is it possible that I'm copying in... I'm sure that I'm copying the right rotations, but I guess I can't be totally sure. So here's what I got. I know that I am applying no... I should be doing nothing to it besides applying like a limitation that says like we can't go more than 10 degrees from here, but as like a cone. So what I want to see is I will do this. I will say if joint data bone would be, I think the skeleton just kind of counts up. I think it goes like down and then through the list like this. I think is how it works. So that would mean front, front right, 0, 1, 2, 3. I guess you can also just ask the skeleton. What names do they return string? Yep. I want to see the femur. Do a breakpoint there, or I guess not really a breakpoint. I want to grab the angle. Or actually just want to grab the basis. No. Let's get the bone rotation as a quaternion. And I'll write a pass there. Maybe more, I'll actually write a break. And then up here, I want to do the same thing. I want to compute, well, let's do this again. If this happens, I'll write a pass so I can put a breakpoint there. So I'm going to get it into a weird angle. Like that. And then I want to see what's going through. Yeah, so I got it. So bone rotation is the dog. You're being annoying. Okay. I gotta take my dog out. I'll be back. I am back. Okay. So this bone rotation is a world space of the femur. Or, well, it's actually the difference between... This is the offset. So there's difference between where it is on the parent and where it is on the main piece. Right? Yeah. So I store that, and then here I obtain the bone rest, and I transform that offset from the bone rest. Which should be the correct answer, right? It doesn't seem right, though. It seems like what I should do is obtain the rotation of... Well... Well, no, that actually is fine. Yeah, this is right. This is an answer. Yeah. So that's got to be correct. I'm sure that's correct. So the femur I've calculated has this bone rotation. I really wish I could copy these better. I can't even like click in here to copy them. I can pretend to copy the value, but that just copies it on like Godot's copy clipboard. I'll print it. I'll print it. But how do I know? Well, okay. I've just proved that either there's definitely some sort of a limitation happening. Somewhere. Because I think I've surely given the correct rotation. And I'm not moving it. IK is actually doing nothing at all. In fact, let me set iterations to 0. I'll be extra proof that it's definitely... it is definitely doing something somewhere, right? So this is already wrong. Also, the fact that there's teleports happening, like that's weird, right? So okay, so then here's what I will do. I will put a value. I'll just put it like right here in the middle of the thing. It'll be, actually, I'll put it at the top so it's like really easy for me to change. So the idea is I go into here, I print out the pose that I set when I turn this on, only for that one bone. Or actually just for that chain, really. And then I'll do if the bone name starts with front right. Yeah. I need to check front R. Okay. And then update motors and do the same thing again. I can just copy it. I can do this to save time. Okay. And we're gonna lag. Alright. I push into a weird position. And I want to make sure it's like hanging by the side. Like that. That's good. That's really good. Okay. I will turn on skeleton print rotations, and now I can just step through a tick. Okay. All right, so the first lines are before, the second lines are after. Are there any clear... I mean, they're all different. They're all different. This one, I think the tibia has the biggest change because this x-axis increased a lot and then the other two became smaller. But there were a lot of changes there, and it should have done nothing. So my idea right now is to get it to start from nothing and build up from there. I would like it to actually have done nothing. So I want to look at this one right now. Well, the thing is here, this is going to be producing some rotation. This is producing some rotation. But what I have is I have set a delta limit of 0 and a... Yeah, I can go and stop. I've got the data I need. I have the information that I need. Now I have to break your neck. It's just the way it is. Great. Let me try to like align these a little bit. In fact, let me... store this. I'm going to do... split by new line. Let's print them out. I'm going to delete the first and last one. It should be like 1 to -1 probably. We end with the front right tarsus. We start with the front right femur. Good. Now I want to do... this. Cool. Join. Is it like the other way around, where you start with like a... Yeah. It's like, it's weirdly the other way around. Okay. Now I've got them all lined up and I can see exactly what's happened. So yeah, the tibia has had the most change. I think, by a lot. If I actually got quaternions, which maybe math has that, I don't know. I could measure the angles between them and determine. All right. So now I have that. My expectation was that up in the iterate IK, I think is, and all right, I need both. I need both open. This is why header files suck, because you have to open two files to see the full code. All right, so I start with the process IK. We cache the current joint rotations, passing in a rest correction angle. So cache current joint rotation. So let me start looking at that. I know that this code is actually up here. And I guess the idea is, oh, I lost this. I had a true here. I lost that. Why did I lose that? Because this ends up snapping it to the axis. How did I lose that? Did I ever have that committed? I need to look at the history of these files to see what happened there. Because I was sure that I know I wrote that code, and I don't know why I would have gotten rid of it. Because I needed that. I needed to have that. Let's look at history. Fix iterate k current use of current poses as rest poses. That doesn't include that doesn't have my fix. Where's my fix? I have it. I stashed it. I stashed the fix. Okay. I want to do git stash pop. I really didn't even need that because I knew I did remember the exact two changes I made for this. Alright, so I wasn't even running with that. Okay. So I have to run the test again once it compiles. Still at 0 compile days. Still at 0. Maybe I should keep another counter that's like a streak instead. Like longest streak of compiling in addition to days without it. So yeah, after running this, my expectation is that with the settings I currently have, nothing should happen. The chain IK will still do all of its stuff, and then the cache joint rotations will go in there and say, oh, we're actually not allowed to apply any rotation, so it will just not write anything. But I guess that also doesn't explain why that still didn't happen. because this passes in that angular delta limit, which would be 0. So it would come down, it would do it right here. If the difference is not 0, then we interpolate from the previous value, which is just saved right here, to the new value. And that should have just been 0. Unless previous is somehow modified. Yeah, that still doesn't explain how this was possible. It might be the initial load. That's my guess. The initial load comes in and allows it to basically provides like a maximum rotation or something. Is probably my guess. Yeah, it would run cache current or joint rotations, allowing a maximum pi angle change. So it would immediately snap them to their axes at the very start before it even does anything. So this would come in as pi, which is essentially, in quaternions, you can never rotate more than 180 degrees along an arc. Otherwise, there would be a shorter arc. So yeah, it would just come in here and snap them. Alright, so that explains that. Now I expect to just see the ghost perfectly tracking a frame prior of that. So to be out of sync, it can be out of sync slightly for a little bit, but then otherwise it'll... Yeah, I feel like I don't even need to look at it because it's perfect. Perfectly tracking. Ooh. I mean, there's rotation stuff happening here. Or because like the bones can be pushed apart, the rotations do kind of mess up a little bit. So I'm not really worried about that. But I do kind of wonder what's going on there. Why it's so wobbly. I mean, I guess I can expect it to be wobbly. Okay. Alright, well I don't even want to look at that, so that's good. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on a rest correction angle of 1 degree. So every time it runs, it's going to do 1 step of that. It should do 1 step of that. Process IK. Yeah, we'll just go through every setting and then run IK on each one. Even though it'll get in here and say there's 0 iterations and then do nothing. And not even call solve. Yeah, it shouldn't even call solve, because 0 would be... 0 is not less than 0. But it will apply a rest correction angle of 1 degree. So I want to see how much that deviates it. It's not so bad. Okay, yeah, it's really not so bad. In fact, it's I might even say it's kind of doing nothing. It's almost doing nothing. Which is good. I would like that to be nearly nothing. All right. So 1 degree I determined is acceptable. One degree is fine. It is not significantly messing with things. So now I'm going to turn on iterations. I'm going to start with a very small angular delta limit and slowly work up. Okay. Let me turn on the motors for these ones. And I think I am supposed to make sure the joints are fine, but it's probably fine for now. Yeah, it seems like it's not even enough to get it to actually like be able to move hardly at all. Okay. So I'm going to 10x that. Allow it to really move. And it does seem like it's already really shaky. I think I still probably do have like general problems with the IK or motors as far as motors are concerned. It's just gonna hover there forever. Ah, I do see something going on. So one part of it is that the leg tries to lift when it's at a distance. And so it seems like what's happening is when it gets far away, it starts trying to lift, and then when it gets close, it only can go down for like a second and stop. But that, I'm seeing a lot of purple, which is really good, and almost no blue. Okay, so let's go to 1. I'll try to start this again. I missed it. What happened? Go again. Oh, it basically just got there like instantly, so go again. Okay. It seems like it's almost not able to lift its leg correctly. Oh. Okay. All right. Now I think I'm ready to get the motors going. So okay. So what I was seeing there was okay, I think I have one more One more thing that I want to this. The minimum distance might be too small. So I'm going to allow it to be let's say 2 centimeters. I'm gonna let it be 2 centimeters. And I wonder if this might improve its stability. I think in theory it should. Okay, so what do I think is happening with this wobble effect? It seems like for some reason the leg starts to lead it, and then the IK says it wants to go back. It does also seem like this target is just wrong as well. So let me make sure that the target's definitely correct, because that is the most important thing, for the target to be correct. So this runs okay, how do we configure it? It's configured to modification processed from the skeleton, so this is from physical skeleton, so this is copying the pose. I did just realize something. When I get to the end bone, should I teleport the end bone location? Because the end bone is sort of like the effector in a way. So when it is only reading right, I think this is an issue. Because the legs get their information from rotations and not necessarily positions, these small positional changes can affect where the target should appear. So I wonder if I do need to have that end bone teleport. Specifically for the IK. And how would I do that? I guess I just know. How do I know? I suppose I know that the joint is an IK joint. I'm gonna hide all these. You know, I kind of wanted to put those into a function actually, because these use... I don't think these use anything outside of this. Yeah, these should just be doing stuff in there. So I'm going to check the changes that I have. And I think I want to copy all of that into... Yeah, I don't have anything in that area. So I'm going to move this whole block to its own function. I'm just going to call it break joints, and then I give it... Well... Okay, hang on. What it really is here is that this is actually all part of the same function. That's actually the truth. All of this is part of the same function. So I think what I'd like to do is probably have this to remove be somewhere around here. So I would do like, so error is not even used anywhere. Am I going to use error? I think I'm not. I think I'm not. I guess maybe I could, but no. I would just, yeah, I'm just going to read forces. I've applied the offset. If I want it to happen, I can bring this back. This is not very difficult to bring back. So for now, this section is just going to be deleted. And then I'm going to do a method that's like, if we should break this joint, which everything that it should know about it should just be purely from the joint, I think. Maybe from the offset. I'll give it both. I'll give it the offset and the joint itself. Because both of those could be relevant. If this joint should break with this offset that I've computed at the start, then I would do to remove, append, joint data. You're all right, dog. All right, let me open the window. Nope. You're staying in here. Let me open the window. There you go. Got an open window now. All right, so if I should break it, I will do that. I will should break will receive a, it's going to receive just a joint 3D. I don't really know what else to give it. A joint 3D and an offset, which is just going to be, I'll actually call it displacement. Dog's going to bark. That's crazy. I managed to keep him from barking. He growled a little bit, and that was it. There was like 4 dogs there. Dang. Okay, if we should break, I want to have All this code goes up there. I will keep that as well. I mean, I can recalculate the error, I guess. The error is just going to be calculated as extracting the angle and other thing. This would just be return true, which I'm going to make do nothing for now. Then I'll print displacement origin, and then this displacement basis. Yeah, okay. And then I shouldn't have to do string for either one of those. Okay, we calculate those things. Right? And then I would just call break joints with to remove. And now that will be responsible for doing all of this code. All of this code. All right. We call to break, track to disable, and then that's, yeah, literally it. And ideally, I would probably also have these in a function just to keep the tabbing indentation fine. But I think it's okay. All right. I moved that out. And then I think I might make this. Should I make this something? I don't think so. For now, it's probably fine. There's not too much code here. In fact, like this whole bit would just go away. So it's probably fine. Okay. So big restructure there. Why is it trying to recreate the entire file? Wow, I hate that. That's insanely annoying. I mean, I guess this like probably technically minimizes that. So here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to cut these and move them up top above these ones so that they're not sitting there, and put them here. Okay. And I think should break is going to be an internal method. Should be an external one. Or like have the underscore to like signify that you're not really meant to be calling this method. All right, cool. Good. much smaller line change count. Nice. Yep. What's with the rotation thing? Where's the rotation going? That's going there. Okay, that's where it is. I'm gonna take this print rotations thing out. I'll just paste it up here, even though that's gonna be invalid. Just so that I can leave that whole chunk split out. Yeah, because now these lines basically match. Literally match. This is add-ons. No. I think this one's a yes. Bring this down here. All right, again, so organization. We put update legs into modification processed, which is after things can be destroyed and after poses are copied. And then my thought there is I need to look at this end bone and teleport that because I believe it reads the location of this bone. So I'm going to, at the end of a frame, teleport this to the end of the leg. So how might I do that? I think it's actually just pretty simple. So this is probably why there's like still some inconsistencies with targets and things like that, because the IK is only being provided rotations and not positions, but that this end bone is the point on the IK that's trying to move to the position. So, but it won't do any rotation on it. Or well, it shouldn't. Let me check that. Let me check to see, because I'm pretty sure it stops IK. Okay, chain size. I want to know this. I want to know the chain size. The fact that the joint size and the chain size are different means something. It should mean something, at least. My assumption there is that the joints are... What would it be? I'm not certain. So I gotta find it. Chain IK. Chain. Okay, so chain has to be created by something, and it's not being created by anything here. Iterate IK. IK modifier. No, this doesn't even have the concept of chain yet, so it can't do anything. This can't do anything with that. Oh, chain clear. Okay. So the chain is appending every joint. Okay. So they're the same size. The chain has one more than the number of joints. If we're on the last and extends end. Okay, it would. Otherwise it doesn't. Okay, if it is not the last... So chain will add one, and then it doesn't create a solver info for that one. Init joint rotations. Chain IK init joint rotations. Okay. Joints already exist here. Okay, so joints would be like this, which means I guess technically it means this one can rotate, though it won't actually rotate this one. That one is actually not rotated. But those are joint settings. I'm looking at specifically joints. This one stores the array of joints. It doesn't create them. So then iterate ik must create joints. Underscore init joints. Underscore init joints. Clear joints, setting init joints. I'm so confused how this does anything. What does it use? Setting joints.size. So it is using this. There needs to be a joints equals something, right? There has to be a joint equals. Anyone. Can anyone do a joints equals? But these are still not it. And IK modifier doesn't know these exist yet. So I have all the files open, I should do this. Local vector joints. Joints dot. Joints, specifically a dot. Not there. Not there. Oh, okay. Found it. I found it.
Running riot.
7 streak. Thanks for the prime sub, Ryden Table. Mr. Ryden. Wait, I'm confused. It lets you notify that still? Wasn't it like 2 days ago? Where's YouTube vid? It's more like if I start doing that, I kind of have to keep doing it. And I don't really want to, I don't want to add more things for me to do. That can be like in the future. Like if I had the money to pay somebody to start like making clips stuff, I would definitely do that. Well, I don't know, definitely. But that would be preferable. I agree all the way to Plat 3. To be honest, just made it back to Master 5. Well, nice. It's very good. It's very good lock in there. I will resist the urge to like talk anything about Overwatch matchmaking though. Or to go on like a rant about that. I did go on a 17 game win streak. Nice. Definitely defeating me wins. Set joint count. Who calls set joint count? Update joints. Zero. Right, if I could read. Current bone is the end bone. While current bone is not the root bone. Interesting. You should stream the Xbox Showcase in 45 minutes. You can see Halo Combat Remastered. Oh, okay. I actually will do that. Actually, while... is this, Okay. I want to show you this. I've got the bones, or I've got the whole thing, I think, physically simulated now. To the degree that I want it to be. So now it's a matter of getting the joints to do rotations. Can't look. Well, ain't that sad. I also have this readout for the force number so I could see exactly how much, which is now how I'm going to do joint breaking. I can actually read in the exact amount of force that's being applied, which was a problem before. I couldn't really know that. So if I hit these, you can see like 2,000, that was almost a 4,000. It's probably hard to see the numbers, but I can see them well enough. I think it just looks like this because it's sitting on top of it. That's why it rotates that way. Yeah, because then it's... Maybe not. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess I'm just looking to see if moving that affects this. Well, okay. It seems like it is available for rotation because it is put in as a joint, but yeah, I think I actually want to see the chain. But rotating it won't do anything. And I think it, pulls. The thing I'm concerned about is that rotation might be able to do something if I teleport it because I'm extending the length of the bone. From like 0 length to... Well, actually it can't have any length, can it? Because that's how it knows the length of the bone that it's rotating is because it uses the next one in the chain to know its length, and otherwise it's 0. So if I look for that solver length, axis length, yeah, so otherwise the length just stays 0 because it will never be set. So it will never set the length of the last joint. But it only does it if I turn on extends end, then it will save the length. What is end bone length? And end bone length. So it's not set here. It's not set here. Settings. End bone. Oh, really? Oh. Okay. I thought extend end bone would just be like, it just grows it to... Yeah, okay. So that's fine how it is. Yeah, so I can just do teleport IK end bones to... This might actually not be good. Hang on. Should I give it the position? I think every time I've done that, I've said no, for the reason that it only rotates them anyways. So giving a position doesn't help. But I feel like it probably does help. It would help. Okay, let me just try it again. I won't do that. I'll just also set the position. So the code was before. It was here. I didn't have it there either. Why does Get Up break like this? History of this file. Let's go to this version. It was also like that. This version. Okay. Huh. Well, actually, I think I can get rid of this snap bone to rotation axis, can't I? Yeah, this code is unused. Would I want to use it anywhere else? I don't think so. Yeah, I think not. I think we won't ever be using that. Okay, so bone position was get the parent transform? That doesn't seem right. Because bone rotation is based on just where it is right now. Thanks for following, Don Dokio. Yeah, bone position should have just been the body transform origin, because that's where it actually is. All right. Is it just that? I just do this and then I say position would be equal to that location relative to the parent? I think so. I'm gonna try it. Parent transform is set to what? So I want the body transform. Which I guess is actually just this. So this is where the joint is on the body, right? And I get that point. And then where did this come from? Yeah, that's... I am watching now. Okay. Well, you waited too long. I'm in the middle of something. Can probably just do this, comment all this out. Does it run? Yeah, okay. So yeah. I've got... There's like some weird joint locking happening right now on some of them. Just, don't really pay too much attention to that, but... And then of course, the main body is like maintaining its height based on if the legs are grounded or not. So if I move one of them too far, it will take that leg off the ground and then just... Yeah, so now it can't stand up at the back. Yeah, I'm hitting it with a very heavy object. You can see on the side here I'm printing out force values so I can actually read in how much force an individual joint is taking. Before I wasn't really able to do that. You can see some detachment, but otherwise I think it's good enough. If I get these legs to stop standing up, there we go. I can roll it over. Maybe. With difficulty. We try to stand back up. It will. I just don't have that in yet. I don't have any sort of recovery code if it's really fallen over. All it will do is just kind of wait for its legs to be in like a grounding position and then it will just jump up really abruptly. So it's not... Yeah. But the idea is just to get this like physical skeleton to be working in the first place. And now I think it pretty much is. It's just like kicking enemy corpses around in Halo. Yeah. There are some hidden, like, beams that I had to put in. Why is the camera over there? So, between This is really difficult to... So like from here to the body, there's like an invisible beam. I'm going to put an actual mesh on it. So, because I also want it to be breakable as well. So it also need a hitbox. And then from like here to down here is another beam. So that has just been really helpful to keep it stable and like straight, because otherwise these would rotate way too freely. So now they generally keep a good line. Yeah, some of these joints like can't really rotate as far as I would like them to be able to, so they end up breaking in this weird way. Yeah. What? Weird. Is it bone rotation and then bone position, get parent, define inverse bone position. Okay. Why did that one just fall through the ground? What? Super strange. Why? That is the middle right leg. Does this have the wrong input mask? What? No, that bone does not collide with the ground. I think I'm being messed with. I think Godot is lying to me about something. That is definitely middle right. What is going on? If I turn this on, can I see it? No. It has no shape? It has no shape. What? I just deleted that? How did I delete that? How did I do that? How did I hit delete on that? It's literally just been deleted. How did that happen? What? I didn't even have the thing. Did I? How did I delete it? Because the thing is, I hit delete and it has to say this. So how did that get deleted? I think it just straight up deleted it. I think it literally just picked a random thing to delete. I don't understand how I could delete that accidentally because I have to. Okay. I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna submit everything. And I'm gonna do like restore and I'm gonna pull it back. That is so dumb. All right. Probably the weirdest thing ever to happen. Okay. Um. What am I doing right now? Just get distracted and forget. I'm actually positive it just actually deleted it randomly. I can't understand how that can happen. How it can delete something. Unless I didn't delete it and I moved it somewhere else. Is there a new collision shape somewhere? No. So it did just delete and didn't ask me. I don't know. Someone in the future can look. See how I managed to delete something accidentally. Okay, and then I need to linear lock that. I actually would like to allow it to move on that axis, just the X and Z, not move. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That broke really odd. All right, so I've got that running. Now I would like to turn on the motors. I mean, it seems like it might be a little more stable. It is like trying to do some like crazy braking to its arm though. Oh. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. What is the issue there? The IK does have a very large disagreement though. Just leave this. Okay, so it does seem like it is. It definitely is doing better, I think, than it was. I still have this problem, which what I was trying to solve there is that it definitely seems like the target just disagrees with the location on that one. Okay. So yeah, I think what I do is I do just teleport. I'm gonna try it. Teleport IK end bone to real location. I guess I can move this up here. So if joint data, also I should only really be doing this part if it's an IK joint, because it is going to happen that yeah, I don't really care about angle, I think. In fact, yeah, because angle should only be happening on IK, so if we're not on an IK joint, skip, and then down here, if the setting, let me see. What is it? It's iterate IK. It's iterate IK. Get end bone of the setting is equal to the bone ID. I'm gonna flip these around. If this is the end bone, I want to set its position, right? The position of this is loaded in. Yeah, it does add it to the chain, and then that's like the... Okay, right. Then why would... I don't know. Okay, well, what is it that I'm really trying to do here? I'm really trying to get... The physical skeleton comes in, copies rotations to bones, and then the leg logic occurs where it will obtain that location for the target and then do some translation of that target. And then IK comes in, sees where the bones are now, where the target is, and then it has to solve from there. So I don't think I mind so much if the positions are in large disagreement. The rotations will be in perfect agreement. And you know what? I just changed it. I think I should probably change back. This probably isn't right. Because it'll do one iteration and then stop. Or it might not even do a single iteration at all. Yeah, so the first thing it does is it calculates the distance between them, and then it would not do anything. So hang on. Gotta... Oh, I'm never gonna get it. Dang. So it tries to rotate them to achieve the target location. So if I am barely moving the target, it's actually not going to do anything. So it does have to be really, really low. Actually, I guess I can set minimum distance to 0, and then it will always run every iteration then, right? Let me take that off. Okay. Is that a torque problem? That it overshoots it by that much? It could be. I'll just unlock. It could also just be my step logic is a bit too unforgiving. The step doesn't stop even though it pretty much lands. There's also no friction yet. So when the leg does get close, there should be like a fake spring that connects to the ground there and will like try to keep it in place. So I'm actually missing those things. So I may not even be able to do any of that yet. until I get that. But I can still go and set up the motors to at least do what I want them to do, because right now they just kind of say what they want to go to, and then they cause problems for motors down the line, basically. So they're always going to be really shaky. But this may be enough for now. So before I do that, yeah, I think before I do that, I need to get these motors to be correct in their velocity calculations, and then I need to get them to be correct in. I need to have the ground connection on the leg happen, because right now I have set it up so that these bodies are basically going to be detached from the ground, so there's not going to be a rigid connection, and this whole bit would be reserved for a spring. So I think I need to get both of those in there before I can do any more with IK, really, or trying to do some improvements. Gosh, I really have to crack my knuckle. It just won't. It just won't. Okay. I can't. Okay. I will be right back. I'm back. I'm standing up. All right. So yeah, first thing I want to do is get these to be... So I determine my velocity based on the angle, which is what it is. And when I determine that velocity, I have to then calculate an incurred error on the two connecting joints. So every time I go in there and I update joints, I'm starting with the correct velocities immediately. Now I could possibly use... I guess in the real world, this problem is solved by the motors being, or having an incredibly high friction. But that's not really... Maybe I could start with that. I guess the idea is also that, well, okay. It seems like it's kind of inefficient in a way to do like setting torques, setting like a really, really high torque limit when the target velocity is low. Because then my thinking is that I essentially have it like a slider. Depending on the velocity I want to reach, or it'd have like an inverse proportion to honestly not even that. It would just be a really, really high torque limit all the time. But even if I did that, it would very quickly accelerate and still apply a lot of displacement to a motor that should be at 0. And even then, what happens from there is that it just keeps its velocity at 0. It doesn't actually prevent the joint from rotating in the first place. So if I set velocities on everything to account for the passed on angular differences, then when one joint wants to open and the other joint needs to stay, it would be that this joint will apply an open and this one will apply a close velocity. Sort of like anticipating that it's going to develop an error to hopefully prevent it from having an error at all in the future. So, yeah, that's the logic behind this. So every time I apply a velocity, I need to use that as, I need to calculate whatever the error is on the next joint up. So what would that be? What would that be? I think it determined that if the joints were like equal length, equal mass, or the segments were equal length and equal mass, it would effectively apply the exact opposite, or it would take, okay, so let's say I apply the velocity. Half of that will correct for the current angle, and then the other half of that velocity adds error to the next joint up. Does that work both ways? I think it does work both ways. If it is a joint in the middle of two joints, well, it's more like calculating, yeah, it's more like knowing the bodies and their connections to each other. So what I would need to know is that a joint needs to have an upper and a lower joint data that is connected to. It needs to know both of those. So that it can apply those correctly. So we'll first start, I can barely talk. I'll first start by making that happen. So joint data will point to a high and a low, I guess. So a high would be closer to the root and a low would be closer to the end. I think I need a restructure of this or something before I... Should I do that? Can I get a restructure going? Because I'm just not liking how joint data is set up now anymore. I'm just not liking it. Deleting that method, them adding the print rotations, some testing. I have that. Let me add some of this in. Split. Yes. No. No. Yes. No. Skip skeleton Rotations for non joints. Really unused. What's the name of the method? Snap bone to rotation axis. Should I just move this to its own file at this point? I feel like I probably should. Though if I do that, that does like leak it out to the entire code base when I do that. Because types are available everywhere. Oh, there is a solution for that. I don't give it a name, and then I import it as a variable. Or I do it as a load. Yeah, there's a solution for that. Okay. So I'll do that. I'll move this out to its own thing. It will just be... It won't even have an extends because the default extension is just object. And now I cut all this, paste here. I'll just... related. Let's do that. Do I even use... Yeah, okay. Alright, so then what I have here is... I kind of want to move this all... I would like to move that above the exports, but I don't know. I'll just do this. So now I have static... or maybe I do static. Joint data will be equal to that. Is a variable but does not contain a type. How does this work then? Okay, now it is a type. I have to do const. And then I'm just gonna check that this definitely still works. Everything's there. Great. Okay. So that is how you do that. Copy that name. Yep. Good. Okay. So now joint data is a type, and I'm just going to make sure the still runs. Yep. I'm still seeing stuff print out. Okay. I've moved that out. Now, velocity will be based on its current angle, and I need to essentially from the velocity that I've calculated, I then calculate I think probably what I do is I say okay. I believe one way I can do this is by just getting my velocity and then going to the joint higher and lower and adding to their angle value. Like the anticipation of the rotation that this joint will cause. I can also calculate the velocity from the angle and the current velocity. I can also do that. And then I think the idea with that one is... No, I think it doesn't make sense. What's the physics sim do, right? What's that do? That one tries to equalize velocities. So it updates the velocity, a velocity value of the joint, and then it goes to other ones and says, what is your velocity? What do you want it to be? That's what it says. So the angle should probably be a static thing. The angle is set and that stays because the angle doesn't actually change. What changes here is the velocities. So probably what I want to do then is no, I think it's backwards. Because if I want it to anticipate an angle change, so if I open a joint here, this joint needs to close. I know this velocity should be the close at that point. Because this one's effectively doing this, and that's going to cause, like if this is on a wall, it's going to cause that one to dip down. Right. So maybe what I do then is I have angle and I leave angle as it is, and then I have an angle error and I modify that. And I set my velocity based on my angle and my angle error. So at least then I can see them separately. Though I don't need to do that. One second. I think the angle and the angle error would make the most sense there. Because then debugging is helpful in that case. It also means if I have any reason to use angle in the future, I know that it will be split off from the angle error, so I know it won't be modified. It'll be the actual angle. Though it is also the case that... Wait a second. Let me think about this. Where's this set? Angle is by loading... Okay, so angle is literally just the offset basis quaternion rotation, which I guess is helpful because It's just caching the value, right? Okay, so that may be helpful. All right. I'm going to say this should maintain an angle error. And I should probably go and document this stuff. I really should just go and document this stuff. Do I use bone length for anything? I set it and I never use it. I don't know why I would want to use that right now. Why would I want to use that? It could be for the motors, but I'm not basing it off of bone lengths. I'm basing it off of the physical rigid body, the location of the joint, and the velocity I'm applying. That will tell me the angle I create. And it says obtain a length. Do I really need to know that? This is a big section, so I'm going to leave it. I'm going to do like, I don't know. I'm just going to write deprecated. This joint is active. Joint is enabled. Let me see what is enabled means. Is enabled happens when a body is disabled because it lies up the chain from another thing. I'll say this joint is powered. Yeah, let me change it to is motor enabled. Is motor powered. Yeah. I'm changing it to that. So disabled is going to be the same thing. Already disabled this chain. So yeah, what I'm looking for... Removing joint can do this stuff. Hang on. Break joint isn't an IK joint. I clear the target so the IK disables. I'm gonna write this. Disable IK behavior on the chain. Delete it, and then I add the parent onto a to disable list, and then I keep going up, I think. Oh no, I go down the list at this point to disable them. And then at this point, I go up the list to disable. Yeah, look for the parents. Next body, joint data parent. Yeah, so then in this case, I can just go up. Okay, I think I'm getting an organization for this. I think what I should probably do is store these all as chains. So when I'm processing them, I obtain a chain, and then I go through that chain, because I currently have it so I can duplicate joints for added strength, but that makes it a problem when trying to break joints, because now that force is being shared between two pieces in the same location. I would want those to break together and affect the chain together. Yeah, I hadn't even considered that, because if I duplicate them, they don't even get destroyed when it breaks. So and then that might make the whole setup of getting their joint priorities. Well, joint priorities don't care about IK, actually. So yeah, I still wouldn't want to do that. If I have them set up as chains, then I still need a different structure to track ones that aren't exactly assigned to a chain, but still need to be able to break. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I keep the full joint list, but then I have a separate structure that's just for the chains. And that structure with the chains is where I add the connection to, is where I would add this data, the IK information. So that would contain in it because yeah, the point of the IK structure is how motors interact with each other. I would have an angle error that I want to keep track of as part of the IK. The angle is already, well, yeah, the angle error would be specifically only for the motor stuff. So how can I do that? I guess it may also be the case that I only care about doing anything with it if its motor is powered and it's an IK joint. Both of those have to be true. Otherwise, the IK chain would be disabled. The whole chain would be disabled. So in that case, it's not even relevant to an individual joint anymore. The entire chain would have its motors disabled. What is center of mass for? It is used in this one location because it doesn't actually exist yet. That is very unfortunate. Joint data body. When enabling after being disabled, fixed state is ready, so you have to cache now before it is disabled. Yeah, unfortunately. But I do think it may be relevant to have neighbors. Dog? Is it time? Okay. I'm gonna get food. I'll be back. And I need to keep considering this. Alright. I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food, and I'm going to eat. Stoic keeps walking to my left and then to my right, and both times he just stands there, stares at me, wags his tail. I look away and he goes to the other side. And repeats. What? 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 No. No. Stoic, you gotta let me eat first. Right. I will be back. I'm back. Okay, so my thought was I would like to have I think I want to move some of this code all right. I think I just need to do a little some organization is what I really need to do. I need to know exactly what I'm trying to do with these legs, with joint data. Okay. So this will be joint structure. Okay, so what are the things that I want to do with a joint? I want to they can break if they I'll go all the way. I'll say everything. So they can break if a health value reaches 0. They take damage either from I'll say projectiles or exceeding a maximum stress force. They have motors. Can be part of an IK chain and use motors to match IK targets. Okay, I don't think I need them to copy. I don't think I need them to copy. I'm thinking about it now. I don't think I want to have copies. But I could. And it really wouldn't be too hard to have a copy. I would just have to make sure that when I make that copy, that there's like still a single concept of the whole joint. And if that whole joint is destroyed, its copies are also destroyed. It takes damage by summing up all hits from raycasts or projectiles and forces. But I think with this one being the most complicated one, I probably don't want to have that. When a joint is destroyed in an IK chain, all IK joints are have their motors, I don't really want to say disabled. I'll say powered off, and then I'll explain what it means. This means the motor targets 0 velocity and is left with a low friction max drive value. What else do joints do? I think it's it. So this can pretty much be organized into what I was saying, which is a joint just being part of an IK chain. And that whole chain either has motors on or motors off. But then this also includes joints that are not part of an IK chain, like the beam joints, which are just there for support. Those those would also be able to be damaged from projectiles, raycasts. Raycast projectile or exceeding a maximum stress force. Can be part of an IK chain and use motors to match IK targets. And if a joint is stored on an IK chain, all joints have their motors unpowered, have their motors powered off. Motors target 0 velocity and is left with a low friction max drive value. Okay. Does that organization make sense? How do I organize it like that? So I'll do structures. I will have a joint data array. Well, I will have joint data, which will track parent body, main body, So a joint data has... Can it have multiple joints? I think not. I think it should just contain a single joint. So it should contain a single joint. However, I do need the concept of these keeping track of duplicates and them all sharing. So I have a... They need to store joint copies as well. So any copies made of it need to be stored there. So that's also just an array of joint data. Well, joint copies will just be the actual joint. It won't be another joint data. So this just has to be stuff that is common to both of these. So these would then have a health. Is that right? They sort of need like a hitbox too. I think that would be achieved by using like an area 3D and just doing raycasts and having like a smart raycast system for projectiles that can like pass through multiple bodies and deal damage to those. So yeah, a joint would then have to... Yeah, I guess does it just track an area 3D? How do I create that? I think that would just be sort of like a breakable joint. So the joint itself can be... Yeah, in this case, they should always have a hitbox. They will have hitboxes. Though it does kind of create a problem with the extent, like the beam joints, because they can effectively change their length. And I don't think that changing shapes, well, I mean, it's an area 3D. It's probably not a big deal. It's not actually going to have, an area 3D won't have a physical body to worry about that can collide. It will just have, like, it's just there for raycast, basically. A joint may be able to track this by sort of plugging into its parents and saying, if you get a raycast or an impact on your body in this area, then consider that like damage to the joint, right? So probably what I do is center it on this joint, draw like a sphere. So I'd probably just have like a sphere, really. That'd probably be the best way to do it. And then I just rely on collisions with these bodies. So if these receive like a large impact that should deal damage, then I say, all right, we're going to deal damage. And then the joint probably should have like a connect to a signal on that. So, or maybe like a callback. I'm not sure. These bodies may need their own type as well, so that they can... Because I guess here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'd like to happen. If I shoot at a joint, I don't think it should deal damage to... Well, not quite like that. It will deal damage to the segment, but it's going to like prioritize a lot of that damage value, whatever it is, into the joint itself. So it can still deal some damage to these, but not very much. I may even like go so far as to have like partially destructible legs. So a leg or a segment might track individual sections and sort of split that up. So it might have, here's just a rough idea. It might have 2 sections, right? Because at least on this leg, at least on this segment, there's this dividing line on the halfway point, basically. So it might say split the leg into 2 health pools, basically. So if the whole segment would have some amount of health, I would split that into 2, and then I would probably have like an overlap parameter. So if I shot right in the middle, it would deal equal damage to both segments. And then, or it would take that damage and split it between those segments evenly. Perhaps an idea with that is so that if I shoot the same segment a bunch, kind of the idea is that, I mean, I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud, but the segments could be such that a segment corresponds to a joint. Right? So I might say this probably has 4 segments, and this segment is the one that corresponds to the joint. So damage dealt to this segment will send that damage to the joint, or like split it halfway, or I don't know, it would do something. You could still destroy the whole segment by like shooting the same piece over and over, but it would be better to bring all segments down, because maybe it's like there's a total health value that's like 10, and then the 2 segments have their 5 health values, and when one hits 0, it starts receiving like quarter damage or something. I don't know if that's even a good idea. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just thinking all that. That's not really related to joints. But if the leg, did I say so? I mean, kind of confusing terms here, but this whole thing is a leg segment. I think it would be that a joint sort of tells that segment, here I am, and here's the region that I want you to forward damage onto me. So then it says, all right, I check an incoming bit of damage and where it's located, and if it's within this region, if that point on whatever the hitbox of this is, if that point intersects this region of the joint that the joint is defined, I forward all of that information to the joint and I let the joint handle it. Because then the idea is that the joint should take some damage to itself and then deal a little bit of damage to this entire leg segment and this entire leg segment together. A little bit. I think that would make sense. And then if at any point the joint takes too much, or its health drops to 0, it destroys, and then IK chains are handled, the joint's deleted, the bodies are freed. Right? And then I think it's probably really important that when I do that, I need to have like a proper system that actually handles when bodies are not intersecting. This is still a problem with even like the grenade projectile I have, where it waits for like 2 frames that it's not intersecting the parent, and then it will add the parent as when it spawns, it excludes the parent from collision. And then when it no longer intersects the parent, it removes that exception. So now it can hit the parent again. The problem is that it's like correct 19 out of 20 times. Sometimes it just instantly collides with the parent and then destroys itself. Even though I have the script checking that it doesn't intersect, and it says, yeah, we don't intersect. Just odd. Jeez. Okay. So yeah, these joints would be some sort of a... I need to store data on the joints themselves. Yes, I would. So they would not simply be a shared 6-degree of freedom joint. They would be some new custom joint type that is breakable. What I would like, though, what I would really prefer is that I could have these I could write it more like an interface, because otherwise if I want any other kind of joint, which I don't even think I'm going to have. You know what? Hang on a second. Would it not be reasonable to just use a hinge joint at this point? Because that is effectively what these are. Bias. I think this is not a real thing, right? Max impulse? Okay, so yeah, never mind. I definitely won't be using that. Let's get too many weird things. So it looks like I'm just going to be using the generic. I say generic. 6-degree freedom joint every time. Except for the cases when I don't. But in that case, it's still one of these, and I just have like some extra thing on top of it. Okay. I'm gonna fall asleep sitting here. Jeez. Why is that just so... That's just, difficult to push through. And stop it, stop it, stop it. Okay. So yeah, I think I need a breakable joint. This will extend a... I think it should extend a shared... Should extend one of those. And then... this would then have a region. Should it just be... Hello. Whoops. I did miss that, didn't I? Wasn't that supposed to be a while ago? It said in 45 minutes. Yeah, it's been like 2 hours. I mean, I know the game. It's not like whoa. Why is that remembered? Okay. They're just all separate. Okay, wait. I'm actually more interested in Fable. There's a new trailer. What do you mean? Of course there is. I'm actually more interested in Fable, so I'm gonna look at Fable. I'm like falling asleep right now, so I need to, I don't know. I'm not working anymore, apparently. I can't work anymore. Alright. Well,
Do I remember the moment my powers came in?
relax. Is my room bright or is this just dark?
Well, I was being crushed to death with seawater and mud and manure. Whilst holding on to
Wait, hang on.
the moment.
Okay, just start over. Shrek? Okay. What's up with Shrek right now? This is just literally Shrek's house. Oh my god. What are we doing? This is just Shrek's house, okay? It's just that. It's so that. It's so Shrek's house. Okay.
Do I remember the moment my powers came in?
The lady is pretty, that's not my hero.
Well, I was being crushed to death with.
I think I really hope that they didn't like model that first trailer off of a real person. But, you know, the point of playing games, and especially allowing female characters in a game that, you know, 80 to 90% of players are going to be male. Target audiences, right? So it seems like it's almost like they were rude for deliberately casting, if they did, if that was a real person that they modeled after. It's like rude that they took them and said, we're going to put you in the game because we think you're not attractive. Because we think you're not conventionally attractive, we're going to put you in our game. That, I mean, they would have said that. They said that.
Seawater.
And yeah, I mean, you're making a game.
Mud and manure. Whilst holding onto my sister's hand.
That looks like everything with Shrek's house.
I remember her fingers gripped so tightly in mine that her nails drew blood.
Okay, I need to pay attention.
Well,
I'm just still not paying
I was being
attention.
crushed to death with seawater and mud and manure. Whilst holding onto my sister's hand. I remember her fingers gripped so tightly in mine that her nails drew blood. Until I
Can't we just use that word?
lost her grip. But she stayed away. Does stick in the memory a bit, yeah.
I'm talking about a natural disaster, right?
I know why you're You want to talk about them? They're not real heroes.
You ever seen a legend in the flesh?
All that power. How do they use it? Killing mindless beasts. Fighting petty villains.
Wait.
Mindless beasts. Fighting petty. Killing mindless.
This is just too fast. Can't tell what's happening. Okay, he just like he hit him with magic. All right.
Villains. None of that matters.
Look what the guild shut out.
A real hero knows how to wield power. Don't waste time on trivialities.
Forza? I don't think so. I think Fable's always been a custom engine.
A hero.
Though right now
Live with their choices.
I believe it's not. Though it's hard to. So far, it doesn't look like Unreal Engine at all, which I think is really good. It's probably not Unreal. If it is, then they have some smart people working with them.
That?
Well, I was just
Sent my brother into the infinite fucking abyss without even asking permission.
Remorse. Remorse is for the guilty. Look, I will tell you what I told them. Albion is broken, and I'm going to mend it. Albion doesn't need heroes. It needs a hero.
you're a monster.
And that hero.
Oh, she's a villain. Okay.
And that hero. Is me.
I mean, that's cool. Okay, we killed that guy. Oh no, we killed that guy. What are you doing? That guy's dead. Actually, he's not even dead. He's never been dead. I think he's been killed like 3 times and he just keeps going back. So, classic. Chicken suit. Yeah, I mean, it's not, she's got to be a villain, right? Because at some point they just start showing you fighting her. Not
It's
here.
broken, and I'm going to mend it. Albion doesn't need heroes.
Though I will say it is a little weird that this is kind of set up like they're filming TV. She's got to here. Yeah, it's a villain. I hope so. At least that seems what they're setting up. Yeah, because right at the end they show you like a character you play as, or maybe like a companion or something fighting her. And then, you know, red magic. But did she do that? I don't know if she did that. I don't know if she did that.
Is me.
Yeah. That's all right. This is okay. Fancy Jack. Yeah, good bounce of silly and sincere moments. This has been like a thing with Fable too. Because, I mean, they literally... The chicken suit cosmetic. That's always been a thing. The chicken suit. Although, now that I think about it, I sure do hope that it's not paywalled. Because you would always get that just by doing a particular mission. You would eventually get the chicken suit. The trailer that you bookmarked, Gothic 1 trailer, that game is out. I bookmarked it because it was a I liked it. I liked its structure. I think, right? Although it's not like entirely familiar to me, I think there was I think there's like an older trailer that I really liked that I don't have saved now. I think they're probably in here. That I put them in here. They're in some document somewhere. I'm okay with that trailer. It's not the best. But that's good. It's good and not great. Okay. I will watch the one uploaded by Xbox. Only played 5 minutes of the first one until his village got destroyed. Honestly, Fable 1 is the best one. Out of them all, it's the best one. 3 is close. One is definitely the best. The suit already looks like a suit already what? What suit?
You've heard the story. Halo, the chief.
Tough.
Stuff of legends. But that's not the story I'm telling today. This one.
Yo, who is that? Just do. Oh my gosh. You don't. They change shit to change it for fun. Like, that's literally what they do. They change shit for fun. They change it to make people mad. This is. It doesn't even look like this is Halo. That actually might be Reach or ODST. That's probably ODST. Yeah, that's actually ODST. Never mind. Or 3, I don't know. Like, there's no interpretation here. There's no like, oh well, this is like what he would look like if you up-resed him. That's a different guy. Like, fire them. Fire the people in charge of Halo. Fire them. Please, get rid of them. Put them on the street. They do not deserve a job in this industry. Period.
This one you haven't heard.
Get them out. They hate everything they touch. They kill it. In the bad way. I'm fine enough if they're like, I don't know, you could fuck with the aliens a bit. Like, they're aliens, okay? I mean, as long as they have the same shape, I'm kind of fine with that. But people have very specific faces. Even small changes to the face is really obvious, okay? If someone you knew showed up and they're like, I don't know, their ears were slightly smaller, you would notice. You'd be like, what is going on? Like, what? Like, you're not the same person, right? Stop. They do it to make people mad. That's it, the only reason they do it. That really is. At this point, I cannot believe that they do it out of any sincerity. They're like, I hate Halo. I hate fans. I want all the fans to go die. I want them to be mad. And I want them to be so mad that they see us selling as well. I want them to be mad that we fucked it up, and I want them to be mad that we're profitable. So let's fuck it up. Oh my god. For fun. Let's fuck it up for fun. This is a real guy. I don't care. No problems with you. The people who decided to put you in the game should be fired. And they should never be hired again. They should be blacklisted from art entirely. They should be blacklisted from art. No, they should never touch music. They should never touch a video editing software. They should never touch... You know what? Take away their computer privileges. They don't deserve the internet anymore. Like, they are hateful people, I swear.
This one, you have.
Only a hateful person could do this.
This one, you haven't heard. Op started simple enough. Drop in, grab the goods, get out before anyone noticed. Well, guess what? They
I'm not buying the game.
noticed.
I'm not playing the game. I'm not going to watch Let's Plays of the game. In fact, I might even see a Let's Play and open it just to leave a dislike and close the video. I might even just, you know what? I don't know. No, I shouldn't even do that. I can't even do that because that still gives it attention, right? God. Like, there's only, like, okay, I don't care. Okay. All right. You shit in your hand and you threw it in my mouth. Every designer, every writer, that's what they did. They shit in their hand. For no reason.
Now you ready to get to it?
Like about the only thing you're allowed to do is, at this point, is like mess with Master Chief's armor. Because it's like whatever, you know. They've done it so many times at this point people don't even care anymore probably. This is not good. Just like, this isn't even Halo Infinite armor, which people were totally cool with. Because it was like, it was pretty close. Like, it was pretty close. In fact, is that even Halo Infinite? Or is that... This one's definitely Halo Infinite. This is... What is this? This is, what? That's not it. What is that? Where's that from? No, no. I mean, they're changing too much. Okay. If you want to do like a graphical remaster or a remake, at least be respectful. Don't get a new voice actor to record more lines. Just use the same lines, please. Or get the voice actor. There's a guy somewhere in Halo Studios, 343 Industries, who is quadrupling their yearly salary with bonuses by deliberately avoiding any high cost rehires. Like, God. Just get back from breakfast. Is it ass? Have you not seen it yet? Also, breakfast at 1 p.m. I'm so upset about this. You've seen nothing. I'm starting it over. I am.
You've heard the story. Halo, the chief.
Okay, so that's not the same voice actor. But I mean, at this point, that's not really like, I don't care. I kind of don't care. They should have just not done any re-recordings, kept the original voice performance because it was perfect. Let it play one time. I've already watched this part.
Stuff of legends. But that's not the story I'm telling today. This one you haven't heard. I've started simple enough.
This could have been AI written, by the way, too. Like, this is the laziest thing ever.
Drop in,
This dialogue.
grab the goods. Get out before anyone noticed.
Just say, like, what the fuck we're doing. You don't need to say grab the goods. What? Just... Nobody noticed. They noticed.
Well, guess what? They noticed.
Also, I can't see fucking half the enemies here. Is this Halo 2? No, Halo 3. This is a level in Halo 3. And I hated that section of level. I thought it was really terrible. It's literally the first mission of Halo 3. Why is it giving me Halo CE? Okay, I can't even get it because it's so fucked up. What is this image search? You know it, man. It is the first mission in Halo 3. That layout was identical.
Well, guess what? They noticed.
The jackals in the trees. There are grunts and elites. This is a Halo 3. This is in the area where you go find the ape family or something sitting in a corner at the top of the map. The jackals are actually using needle rifles. Yeah. Why are the jackals using needle rifles? It's not the same. This is where I said they change shit for fun to piss people off. Because they hate Halo.
Now you ready to get to it? You served long enough. You learn to read a battlefield. This place, more of a freak show. And trust me, I know freaky.
Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon?
Where's this guy looking? He's just looking. He's looking at his eyebrows, man. He's looking at his own eyebrows. They just didn't animate that. And why does he have like the most perfect human teeth I've ever seen? He just has flawless human teeth. As if it was. It's the Minister of Harmony. You've never seen this guy before. All right, Minister of Harmony, totally new. I guess like they wanted to kill a prophet in first.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're on the clock. The thing with simple jobs is they always get complicated. The plans change. Odds get worse.
I mean, cool, but I know what they're really doing here. They're not like, oh, these are cool. It's going to be Halo 5, isn't it? These guys are going to have 2 billion health.
My advice, bring a spot.
Yeah, see, that rocket didn't kill this guy. Why did this guy die? Did he die?
My advice, bring a Spartan.
Or that was just easy mode and they will die like that.
Chief, you ever get tired of being the strong?
Please just tell me these lines are from the old game, that's why they're written like that. Not a single word, except for Chief, has been uttered in any of the Halo games.
Almost silent type.
You know what? I really hope what this is that these are just like, they said 3, right? These are just like 3 separate missions you can go play through. And Johnson is there, and not that he's going to be accompanying you through the main game for some reason. I don't know. Because he's just going to die all the time. He's just like, that was the joke of CE, is that they actually liked that character so much that they put him in basically every level, and he would die no matter what eventually.
No. Almost silent type. No.
This one on the back right. This is a fucking transformer. This guy's a fucking transformer. He turns into a truck. Or he turns into a mongoose. Wow. A Foundry armor pack. What the fuck is wrong with this art, man? What is this? This is not the armor that he had in... Huh? Okay, are they saying this fucked up armor is like a Mark II or whatever the hell this is? Whatever it would be? What is this? Because that is not here. That's not this. This is different. Also, this one, to be honest, looks like a child in cosplay. Is something about just the body proportions just feels like I'm looking at a child. That's supposed to be the Halo 2, Halo 3 armor. What? Did I just never play those games? I mean, Johnson's armor looks more like CE armor than Master Chief. What is this? It's different because those are in the Johnson missions. I mean, I guess so. It's got to be like a different planet. Like, not this isn't even a Halo ring. God. Can we chill with the effects though as well? That'd be nice. You can relax a little bit. No Halo ring, right?
Now you ready to get to it?
Up to 5 days early access. Maybe it's just like a natural problem at some point with the same series that everything looks like it's just a copy of something else. We already had this. This already happened. This was Two Brutes. Oh, well, I mean, it wasn't Two Brutes. Wait, well, hang on. Yeah. Was it Two Brutes? Wasn't it like you show up? No, I think it was just like they're just waiting for you to fight them. Well, either way. I don't know.
You serve long.
Like every frame that I look at here, I feel like it
Now
could have
you
just
ready
been
to get
better.
to it?
Like this could have been so much more cool looking. Here it just looks kind of silly. Like put the camera on the ground for like a, I don't know, make a cool angle. Like make it look cool. It doesn't look cool.
You serve long
He just goes wart, wart, wart.
enough. You learn to read a battlefield. This place, more of a freak show. And trust me, I know freaky.
Have you enjoyed your stay so far?
Dude, give him fucked up, disgusting alien teeth. Like, please. His teeth are literally human teeth, and they are better looking than most of the population. These are like 99th percentile flawless teeth here on this guy. Human teeth.
Demon?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're on the clock.
The game flops and cancel the next remakes. I've said that I'm not buying it. I'm not playing it. I'm not even gonna watch any videos of people playing it.
They always
At this point.
get complicated.
They've changed too many things, and
Plans change.
they're not actually doing anything special with these missions. Every single thing is like, I've played that already.
Odds get worse. My advice, bring a Spartan.
Now, if you're able to play as Sergeant Johnson, that would be cool, but that doesn't change anything for me. Like, they say there's new missions, and they're just, it literally just looks like they copy pasted sections of other missions and threw them together. Like racist? Or these lines I expect P-Lesson writers to give an African American. They're just stupid. They're just not even.
Chief, you
They're like, oh, we need him to like do an introduction. ChatGPT, tell us about a mission that starts normal and then they catch you. The op started simple enough. Get in, grab the goods, and get out. They noticed. Like, that's.
you ever get tired of being the strong, almost silent type?
No.
Also, just why the armor? Why the different armor? They're fucking with us. They started by saying, we need him to have new armor that looks weird so that people can be upset about it. That's what they started with. They didn't say, there wasn't a question that came up and said, wait, the lore doesn't make sense here. He shouldn't be wearing this armor right now. Oh, we need to make the armor different then. That's not what happened. They said, we've been successful rage baiting the audience 4 times now. We got to keep going. 3 missions, yeah. 3 missions that look like none of them are anything special. Not a single unique thought. I mean, like I said, there might just be a problem where the series goes on long enough, there are no more original ideas to explore for a level design. I mean, actually, you know what's missing here? The only thing that actually they showed was this. And I mean like a dynamic piece of the level. Except this isn't a dynamic piece of the level. You're standing on a static, small platform in the level, the background changes and they jump on you. Halo 2 had the scarab. You chase the scarab, you jump on the scarab, and then the enemies jump onto the scarab as well. I mean, they've done the moving elevator just enough times now. Is there like one in every game? The scarab technically like counts as an elevator. But then yeah, then it's just kind of like you could replace everything in here with a cube and the level doesn't change. The level doesn't lose any impact. This platform is a disc. This is a rectangle. The room is a big square hallway. And you don't lose any impact. Nothing is less interesting. It is just as interesting as it was before. This was done one time. And it was really experimental, and I think it wasn't very fun. The Banshees and like Hornets that are like above like regular enemies is fun, but like the ship combat, not really. Space battle looks fire. It's a gimmick. It's fun for like the first minute, maybe. And then you're immediately bored of it. Because there's no tactics in space. There's no tactics. The game has to aim for you because 3 dimensions is just already hard enough to aim in when you can stand still and now you can't stand still ever, and the enemies are flying around on every axis. Like, flight stuff only works if you have like a flight sim setup, and or your flight simulation is really in depth. Like you can decelerate, accelerate very quickly, like all this stuff. Because otherwise it really is just like fly away, turn around, beep 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 beep, press button, and then you just keep doing that over and over until the level is over. There's no tactic. The tactic is just like you have to fly away so that you don't run into the ship. Yeah, so why does he just... This is a different... This is a different... No, this is the chief. Wait, no, because he says chief.
In the strong.
I was gonna say, oh, it's not even that. It is the Master Chief because he says chief. What is his armor? Whatever. I wonder if their line of logic is we can't use the same voice. We can't use the same voice. We have to record new lines so that there's something new to experience. As if a beloved character's voice needs to be new. It doesn't have to be new. Levels can be new. You can literally, there are, I'm sure, several cut levels that are part of the original Halo CE campaign that were removed, or sections of levels that were removed. I believe the library is actually a slimmed down version of what was originally planned. Like, I don't know, make the library twice as long, like that, like make it 2 levels and make it a little more engaging. Check Crossfire trailer. Crossfire. I'm not getting anything done. That's fine. Is it the showcase?
People are endlessly disappointing.
True. True. Especially about every writer and designer who has touched Halo since Bungie, in fact.
They're greedy. They're cruel.
It's not there.
They lie.
What's not there?
They're bullies.
Yes, dogs? Yeah, I got one of them.
So that's what I say when I look at someone like you. Bully.
See, that's where we're different. I genuinely like most people.
Oh, well, then you're truly a sick fuck.
We need to move. They'll be coming for you.
Coming for us. You're not one of them anymore.
Yeah, you must be really delayed.
Temporary. Just like you and me.
You guys don't understand the real
They're not really gonna say that this guy is cross and the girl is fire.
threat.
Oh
Not
man.
like we do.
This looks like ass. I'm interested so far.
If I go to work with my enemy to survive, so be it. For now.
Either we fight those things together or die alone.
It's I should stop for a second. Is writing just that bad? Because I can't even tell right now if this is good or if I'm just like, if this is fine. Or I like it so far because they're talking, people are talking to each other. That rarely ever happens in actual writing. People just forget that people talk to each other and they have different brains. Because a lot of writers will get into a conversation and treat the conversation as coming from their mind. And so every character says exactly what they want them to say. And not, character A is like this, they would say this. Character B is like this, they would say this. Right? The writer can't put on a persona for each character. Or even expand and like have someone talk in a way that the writer would just has never even heard someone talk, or like not a way that they've ever heard someone talk to them or they would ever say, that kind of stuff, right? This really feels like two people were given a character sheet and they wrote the dialogue. That's what this feels like so far.
You guys don't understand the real threat. Not like we do.
Hurry, stay low! If I go to work with my enemy to survive, so be it. For now.
Either we fight those things together or die alone.
I mean, so far I think it's good.
No. Do not touch him. We fight together or die alone.
Oh, I mean, this is great, honestly. It's like... It only really works for AAA games where I can say it feels like an art project. Because a lot of indie games are made purely to be art projects and they just suck because they didn't make a game in the first place. I mean, there's very little in terms of like what the gameplay actually is. But I like the whole... I like the two-person team stuff. I think that's cool. The assumption here is I can play with a friend and we can play the game together at the same time. And it's built into the story. So it doesn't feel like I'm Master Chief 1 and that's a Master Chief 2, right? And the cutscene starts and only one Master Chief is there, right? I don't know, I think this looks good.
Hurry, stay low! If I go to work with my enemy to survive, so be it.
I mean, also, this is probably... I mean, I don't know if I should comment on it anymore because I think games are just like, they kind of understand UI at this point. They've started to understand UI while you're playing. A little bit.
Work with my enemy to survive. So be it. For now.
All the contextual UI stuff.
Either we fight those things together or die alone.
Also, the this is kind of straight up from Iron Man. What's going on here? There was an entire movie with this. Right. Tom Clancy's Army of Two Modern Warfare, yeah. I was thinking Army of Two. It looks good. It doesn't look like someone went out of their way to shit in their hand. It doesn't look like that. Which is terrible at this point, that's what most games that I seem to care about turn into. People just fucking with you. For fun. Because they're demented. And they care more about making people mad who like the game that they're working on than making the game fun for people who care. Title is a bit generic. I mean, they already revealed what the title is. Dude's name's Cross, girl's name's Fire. I don't know if they showed both sides, but I'm sure it's the same way where you pick which one you want to play as. Ultimately, stories are way more interesting when it's about people. I mean, that's life. That's what people care about. I thought that's a joke. The first name I see is the marker pop up, the dude goes invisible, and you see Cross appear. It's like, okay, come on. Then writers start thinking that, oh, the interesting part is all the weird shit I'm doing in the background. It's like, no. That is the vehicle for, like, the people. Right. How's E-Day? What? Gears of War. Oh. Seven minutes.
This is the Coalition Emergency Broadcast.
I've never played a Gears of War. I think I might have for like a few minutes one time. At like a friend's house or something. So I know nothing about this. But I think I've heard that this is...
There should be more guns in the trunk.
Here, strap these on.
This is like a lore thing that happened or is like talked about, but it's never been portrayed.
This isn't enough.
We should still head to the police station.
So am I.
We're gonna have more firepower there.
Right. Yeah.
Wait a second. Wait a
Still head
second.
to the police.
Okay, so this must be a prequel. Right?
We should still head to the police station. We're gonna have more firepower there.
Right. Yeah. It's about 2 blocks up ahead.
Okay. Shoot, move, watch for civilians. Get inside now.
I mean, it looks like Gears of War gameplay. I don't really like this way that guns work, but I think this looks like what Gears of War normally does. Yeah. I think I play with scroll on my phone. It doesn't look interesting at all to me right now.
You see that? It was something big, like huge crab figures picking up through the street. Just the adrenaline hit. We need to keep moving.
This is a okay. So this is just a mistake with gameplay. They have like 4 people following you or something right now. They haven't even shot their guns. They're not even shooting. Why aren't they shooting? They're talking, chattering in your ear nonstop. There's constant dialogue right now. And these guys aren't shooting their guns.
Let's get moving.
Let me see what I can do.
Real cutscene load times, like.
Let's get moving.
Just fucking cut to black for about 1.5 seconds. And then the cutscene starts.
Let me see what
Where were these guys, man?
I can do.
They weren't doing anything. Like, gameplay designer, hey, we just can't fit these characters in the game. Just get rid of them from the story. Literally just get rid of them. Or, better yet, if you know that you need to have these characters following you, start that at, have that be the starting, like, work. Get these NPCs who are following you to do something. Have you seen this? I don't care about this game at all. I don't care about this at all. I've never played Gears of War. It never really looked too interesting to me. And that one looks really bad. Fully hallucinated operating system. God, that was not better than this. I'll say that.
Cover me.
Are they shooting? Hang on a second. Every game needs a frame. And then, like, they don't care, man. It's so bad. There's no innovation. Frank is not allowed to have more kills than the player is. Like, he starts a combat by killing somebody. You have to kill 2 people before he can do anything. Is that a hand or a spider? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Who made this? Gears of War E-Day. Oh wait, they picked. What? I'm seeing everything that they're doing, and it's so obvious. So this destruction's like faked about as hard as possible, and that's just kind of sad because they fake it so hard that it just can't even see it. So the building crumbles, which I think is like, I mean, I don't know, it's like cool, and then they do this. Why? Well, it's realistic. Get rid of the smoke, man. It just looks like you're hiding the effect. And I don't know, maybe you are. Maybe this building is actually crumbling. I don't know if I look at it. Get closer. Okay. I think what it is that it's a wall. It's one wall. Because I can immediately see through the building. So it's just like the front face. Shattered particle sim. I don't know. It's like an arcade game. Those games that like put you on rails and all you have to do is shoot straight. Like it really looks like that. They're making the gameplay feel that way, at least.
These are goddamn breach points.
Jumpers.
Reloading.
Also, I think they lost. They kind of forgot what made. I don't know how people feel about Gears of War because I've never really played it. But I know that this like doesn't really look like it because whenever you start running, the camera's so far away from you. The camera gets close there because I guess it has to because it has to like go in front of the wall. But here's like why. It just feels weird. It feels crazy generic. Like there wasn't even any style put onto this. It was just like, we need him to run, we need him to go up to the wall, and the camera needs to follow him. That was it.
All right. That gear said they're stuck in...
Oh, but they made sure to keep the chainsaw thing in there.
Which way?
That wasn't even a chainsaw. I was gonna ask if this is his own engine. I remember this guy, it's like the face of Unreal Engine at some point, to the point that I thought this is an Epic Studio game. Epic Games, you mean?
Too slow. Oh, bugger! Come on then. Oh. Nice shot. Oh, where the hell did you lot come from?
We heard your distress call.
Well, you saved my ass. But we need to make ourselves scarce. These fuckers keep pouring in every few minutes.
So you're gonna glue this back.
More trappers, watch!
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Right on schedule.
These guns are just glued to his back.
Who are you? Where's your squad?
These people took out one squadron a couple of hours ago. We went to protecting some survivors nearby. I was about to get back when I got cornered in here.
Well, this part's pretty sad looking. I mean, this just totally broke the illusion that I was watching gameplay. Because I see all these people go off to the left side. He never looks at him. Gets this guy. He goes over here, takes cover. And then he starts looking at like the three guys who have been over here for a while shooting at him. Also, yeah, I just don't like games that make guns like this either. I mean, look at how inaccurate this is. You can't see because I keep pausing, but it's like...
These things been coming in waves?
What's the problem till I ran out of ammo? I'm gonna get standing up. I got friends inside.
Also, I think they're still... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, I think the NPCs still haven't ever shot. They actually just shot. Okay, please pretend. suspend, pretend like there are people behind you with guns. Like, if you wanted this guy to lock in and like guarantee this mini cutscene starts, have him get shot by your teams behind you like you were right here. Where did he come from, man? I think he literally spawns behind them. Oh, there he is. No, I saw him. Okay. I mean, whatever. Whatever. This effect is great. This big open red hole. Grenade. Boop. Spawn the mesh in. They were all about the smoke to cover their effects before, and then they just forgot to do it there. Yo, what are you shooting? Oh my god. Old games do it. This is definitely a case of the system was made, the model was made, and nobody ever talked together. Nobody ever realized that this is... I don't know. There's like a thing where like you shouldn't sacrifice fun for realism, but at the very least, don't make something so painfully out of place like this. He could have just a fucking, I don't know, straps around his, like, something.
Anyone see him?
Contact front!
There's no end to these freaks!
I mean, the gun is like, I think they're like really desynced right now or something. Okay. They didn't have to cut the black for 2 seconds for that cutscene. Also, like the continuity, like you were hiding behind... You're hiding behind a counter and now you're standing in front of the counter and this guy's just walking at you with a flamethrower or something. Or no, that is just a gun. Why is no one shooting this guy? Why is no one shooting this guy? There are 4 people. If the people aren't going to do anything, take them out. Why did you waste time modeling like 2 additional characters? I think like this dude and Dom are like main characters, so they gotta stay. Get rid of the other 2 guys. At the very least. Show why he can't be helped right now. Show why this is going on. Because you know what's gonna happen? He just like decides to just not shoot him for some reason. And then he's gonna get shot in like a second. You just make everyone look like an idiot. Everyone's just stupid. No, we don't believe you. We don't even slightly believe you. We're just waiting for you to like stop being annoying. Just stop being annoying.
Our roads converge again.
Just can't see it. Yeah. Why did you have the stranded gear or whatever? Have him be there. Have him be the stranded gear. Like, he just spawned in.
Marcus Phoenix.
And your teammates are like still being overwhelmed right now. Can we think? Can we think? your team was not paying attention to you because they were like so overwhelmed. They were so busy. And this guy is just standing there like there's not a horde of enemies running up his back. So so both things are happening. There are so many enemies your team literally isn't even aware that you're being attacked. And two, that was the only enemy left because this guy is not turning around. Is at least never seen too much woke slop. I don't care about. I just want a game to make sense. I want someone who is competent to be in charge ever. Because it's like, I don't know, they get the best programmers, they get the best artists, but then they hire fucking thrift store writers or something. I don't know. They got Make-A-Wish writers. I don't know, man. They're 10-year-old children. They're going to be dead in a year. They've had no life experience. They're safe frustum calling? It's protecting them from the enemy? Yeah. And now there's no more. Like, what are they doing? What are they doing? Delete the other two characters. This is the lone gear who you find. Dom is like, I don't know, had to run away. He's like, run, Marcus. We got to get out of here. And Marcus is like, oh shit, I can't. I'm cut off. Marcus, no, Dom. Lone gear, bam. I don't know. He fucking despawned every enemy in a mile radius.
Roads converge again. Marcus Phoenix.
No one sees it. Nobody sees it. I don't know. Maybe media has just always been this terrible, and as I get older, I pick things up. And like I understand the laziness and the lack of care. I don't know anything about this game, but like just like consistency-wise, it's terrible. I have to actively stop thinking about what's happening to have a chance of enjoying what I'm seeing. Nostalgia bait, yeah. I'm sure it is. Like, watch it back. Watch the trailer back. This is inexcusable. He's not looking where the enemy is. That he's supposed to be tracking this guy. This guy spawned like a foot forward or something. He's shooting at glass. Reloaded. Shooting at air. What was the word here? Nice. Who is he shooting at?
Anyone see him?
That dude was shooting at a wall. This is an Unreal Engine ad. Look, like... I mean, I only saw the guy who's here and one more guy. You're all behind the counter, basically. You know, you're taking cover, you're intelligent, and then cutscene starts and you're all standing in front of the counter. Is this guy even shooting his gun? I think your character isn't even shown to have fired his gun yet. I think that enemy was killed by someone who was like calling him out to you. So wait a second. So someone calls out a guy who's approaching you. They shoot him. And hey, Ripple HKG. I've never played Gears of War, and this is pissing me off. Whoever designed this entire sequence, they shouldn't be in charge. This whole sequence is terrible. This monster melee caveman running towards you unarmed has light travel tech. Has what? I don't know what any of that meant. What's light travel tech? Also, this is definitely like, what is this? He's wearing cloth. There's stitches. He's in like tribal clothing. He's got cow skin. Oh, you do hit him. He just doesn't care. Oh, okay. So you just found a god who is invincible. Like, it's my brother Joe. Traveled light years to reach Earth. Yeah. Gameplay reveal being made of 80% cinematics. Actually, most of this was not cinematic, I think. This was not the God of War gameplay reveal trailer that was 15 minutes. Over 15 minutes of cutscene. One cutscene, actually. It was one long cutscene. Was like the middle, like 2/5 of the whole thing. 3/5 of the whole thing. Imagine this monster's parents studying physics. I don't know any of the lore of Gears of War. I just know that if these guys were cubes and they had no names and no voices, I would still be mad. Because this is not even a good block out. And honestly, I think that's what they forgot to do. I think they literally just forgot to like block this out and like put any amount of thinking into it. I mean, here's what it always is. Here's what it is. The writer comes in, gives you the storyboard, and you got to make it. And you cannot question them. In fact, you probably just get fired if you attempt to question them. And that writer came up with it from initial thought to on your desk was a continuous stream of consciousness, and there was not a second of self-reflection. What if this monster was good before he became bad? The monster broke bad. I don't know there. I'm just baffled they look like animal with superior tech. That's always bothered me. I mean, I think yeah, but I have no idea what the story is. But they come out of the ground, right? Like they were like living under the ground. Let's watch Halo Land. So mad. I really hope this is actually reasonable. I thought they're aliens. I mean, here's the one cool thing that they did that I'm pretty sure they just forgot about. They got the I don't know, some sloppy TV show writer who gets passed around to all the studios to write that entire sequence. And just logic is like, I don't know, they've been practicing creating things that are illogical and unreasonable. And I'm pretty sure Bungie, for like every single one of the games that they made, they had military veterans taking part in conversations that characters are having, dialogue. Overall, like story pieces, right? CE was super like, I mean, every single one of them, maybe 2 and 3 didn't follow it so well, but they were like, everything was like a mission. There was an operation happening. Halo Reach was like super tactical in the story. And now we just have idiots writing idiots in like situations where they would just be dead. The characters are literally not smart enough to survive what they're going through, because they're written by people who are also not smart enough to survive what they're putting their characters through. This is just real footage. They go CG at some point. Yeah. Lily playing One's Grief. How was it? Remember that live action mockumentary where they brought old people as soldiers about their days in the war? And Master Chief. What? This one? Playing One's Grief, what's that? What do you mean by that? Can I be honest? I think I never watched this. I think I actually never watched this. I've been aware of this thing, of this existing for a long time. I think somehow I might not have watched it. I think this is what I saw. I seen this. I mean, this is different because it's like live action, a little bit of CGI. The game, you know, it's just an in-game cutscene. But I mean, like, and I mean, they're like civilians or something, but I mean, if you're gonna convince us that these guys can like take on hordes of monsters with guns, and yet they can't keep their own teammates safe, or use cover effectively in the cutscene, they can't survive. They should be the civilians just getting eaten alive on the street instantly. Talking about this. And like when they do detached cameras, or it's not always a detached camera. There's like there's real elements in it. Like, I don't know. Could make a TV show like this.
Can you do your job? Yeah.
They just don't care about art. In fact, I would even question if they care about money. I think they just want to make people mad. I mean, that's like, this gotta be the whole point of it. They really actually just wanted to make people mad. I am noticing this brute is not the right color. That Banshee was a PNG. Freelancer Arc and Red versus Blue. Just for the campaign. To make the old ones just adapt the Freelancer. The what? Freelancer Arc of Red versus Blue. I watched probably like the first 10 episodes ever of that, and that was it.
Target acquired.
Oh, right. I don't remember what this is. Oh, this was cool, actually. Yeah, I have not seen this. I've seen clips of it, and that's it. That was really cool, actually. Trying to rescue Messi from Paramount. All right, that's I gotta work. I gotta work. That was cool. Yeah, I don't know how I've never actually watched that whole thing. You see the war. What is this? What is this? Hang on. My room is super hot. I'm like sweating. I gotta close the window. Whoa. I'll watch that later. I gotta close my window. It is so hot. Oh man. I'm also not even feeling it right now. I think maybe I need to stop watching those because they're just making me. It's not even amateur where they're like unsure that they're doing a good job and they're trying their best. I think they have genuinely made habits of and committed to bad things. Or on the flip side, it's even worse. They have no clue what they're doing and they're confident in it. Yeah, I'm a writer for Gears of War. I made that shitty intro sequence. I get paid $200,000 a year to work one day out of the entire development of the game. I never reread my work. Like, that's the level. I think it's that genuinely they don't want to improve because they already think they're perfect. They don't attempt to even criticize their own work. I think there's no way a writer could write that, get like a block out cutscene back, and not immediately think, wait a second. This guy is being attacked, and I have shown these 4 guys. Apparently there's like a 4th guy who showed up. These 4 guys are not aware of him 2 feet away. Like, I don't know. It's like writing 2 + 2 = 5. And then writing that a second time. Like, that's the level that I feel that it's at. They're paying the price with AA and indie eating their cake and YouTubers making bank in the box office. What? Chase the E for... I don't know what that means. I think they're just stupid people who think they're smart. But it's also like they're smart enough to realize they have to answer the question of why is no one helping him. And they show that by saying they're stupid, is what they say. They're dumb. They're not actually being overwhelmed. They're not even taking... First of all, nobody was taking cover. It's just dumb. Like, I'm certain that that is the quality that you get when they believe that's high quality. Most profitable movie in history now is a movie made by a YouTuber. We earned 700K and made more than 100 million worldwide. What movie? Most profitable movie in history. Obsession. I don't recognize that. I don't recognize that name. I'm lying, of course. I mean, this is like... I think this was probably 2 or 3 days for me to come up with this so far, and even this is probably like 20% of the way there to like what it should be. And the whole time I was focused on making sure that things are making sense first. And I feel like in that pursuit, I kind of missed a lot of openings for character-to-character interaction. Like, I'm pretty sure I should make the scientist or the researcher or whoever it is more present than they actually are. But if I do that, then I have an issue with, like, I don't know, I need some sort of explanation for why the robots are hostile, because he was going to be the explanation for that. But now I've like kind of changed. Yeah, so like I'm already seeing problems immediately. Like I've thought about it for like all of 30 seconds, and I'm seeing more problems that I've created that need to be explained. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's a quote about realism getting in the way of fun. But I don't think that applies to story. Right? Like, I want to have a gun that that basically operates like the physics of a nuke. You shoot one robot, it explodes into smaller pieces, and those cause other robots behind them to explode into other smaller pieces. Like, there's no way that's realistic. But that's fun. But story, people interacting, like, that should be grounded. I should feel like I'm experiencing an alternate reality in the best way. And not in the way that everyone's an alien, everyone's stupid, and everyone is just... You can't, like... And there's even the attempt to, like, sell us, like, fake pity. Like, his friends don't realize he's in trouble. We know exactly what's going to happen. Like, the longer you linger on it, the more annoying it gets. Save that for the end of the game or something. Use it on a character who you don't know. So, like, maybe the stakes are real. Like, that character could die. Now I actually might be a little concerned. You know? Obsession is now the highest grossing film of all time. Never mind. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't know, I'm bored. Me too. Oh, man. I don't know. Can I, you know what? I feel like I've gotten so far with this. Maybe I should work on a different thing. Maybe to luck in dinner time. All right. No, it's fine. I need these breaks. I really need them. I might really be at a point where I actually can, like, chill for a bit and work on a different system. Because this, I think, is... At this point, it feels like it's back into my hands. For a while, it's felt like it's not been in my hands. And now it feels like it's back in my hands. So... I just need to do something, and I feel like it's just not... I don't want to do this right now. I don't want to do the crawler right now. So let me try to clean what I've got, send what I've got. I am positive that I'm not setting bone positions. I'm positive that I'm not doing that. That's just causing problems. Still. I keep trying it anyway, and it's always causing a problem. Just take that as an idea. I'll get rid of the print rotations because that was debugging. Apparently I deleted a line there. Yeah, I need to bring that line back. Just adding some comments. I changed it to motor disabled as well. So to make sure I'm using or is motor powered. So it should be like is enabled to be is motor powered. Okay, good. Now that matches much more closely with what's really going on. Just making sure that it runs. This is interesting. Oh. I thought I was like making it freak out when I was hitting a different one. Change it to motor powered. Your spider. What about it? I think I'm just gonna undo. Am I just undoing everything? He is. What? He is what? I think I'm gonna leave this set up because this is like prep for getting the IK and the motors to work. So I'll just leave that like that is. Whoops. I'm gonna set this back. In fact, I think I'm just gonna set it back to like. I think the higher value was actually probably better. It seems like it's more stable actually. I mean, it should be, right? He is programmed by code. A lot of code, yes. That's not to say that it's good because there's a lot of code. I just mean it has taken a lot of code. Yes, I'm going to set that back up. Not that one. This one. I'll submit that after. And then I need to add I need this. I'll just leave this like that for now. Okay, and then everything else is going to stay. Set up for Physical skeleton motor testing. I'll write like prepare. We want that to in script file. And this is also like a medium joint data. And then yep. Do I even have like a list? I've got it. Should I even leave this open? Honestly, I think I probably just like close this at this point because that's all here now. What could I do? What could I do? I don't really want to do... I think there's some issue with friction right now. I don't want to do that. Man, maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should get like a proper list of stuff for me to do. I guess I could do one of these. What is this? For crawlers, legs should rotate so they are as in line with the direction of motion as possible. I've already got that. How long has that been there? How long has that been there? Future to-dos. I've got that. This one's been done. Should I just mark them off and move them down? All right, I'm going to set something up for myself. This is something I think I should have, and I would like to have it. What am I trying to do? Rename. A work list? Because there's an idea of like keeping track of bugs that you've fixed so that if it happens again, you know what you did last time. So you have like a very quick way to know. I guess that only really works if I would be suspicious that I've already fixed it before. Or maybe if I see something that's weird, I check the... I don't even know. I guess what I'm thinking is, at least this case, what if I decide that I don't want that? Maybe that code doesn't even work. Honestly, maybe it just doesn't even work. Because I would just look at the commit that added it and see the message or some notes in the comments. Alright, never mind. I'll leave it, I'll still call it work list though. This will be... Wait, what? Am I renaming the whole thing? Okay. I still want to do that because I want this to be... a future list. So future price is the bottom. I mean, I could use like GitHub's like board thing. Let me just do this and not change anything else, so this can be tracked as a rename. Cool. And then there's no trailing new line, or there's an extra new line? What's up with that? Oh, I have to add it again. Okay. Let me leave a note about this. Okay. Alright, I think I'm going to go ahead and restore these. I need to make sure I close that before I do it. Double check, I'm not going to lose something. Yeah. Alright. I don't know. Could I do like story review? Maybe I could just do that. Oh, I mean, yeah, this one's also done. Auto exposure. It's done. Right. And then inverse effective mass when applying friction movement forces. I think I probably still have that wrong right now. I probably have that wrong. Because I think when I walk over something, I'm supposed to be pushing, like, especially the robot. When I walk on top of that, I push it forward for some reason, when I should be pushing it backwards. I don't know, man. I don't want to do, like... I've been doing that stuff so many times, I just want to do something. I mean, that's really it. I just want to do something different. I don't know, big tasks. I'll say second draft for second draft for, I don't know, should I really treat the story like a full book? Because I kind of just want to do like high level stuff and then get into more detail from there. But it's also like sometimes when I get into the details, I realize it makes a large detail not make sense or something. I feel like that could just happen. I should probably really write it out like it's like I'm planning a book, and then have like equal, not even like really equal parts gameplay, but consider every single bit of it as how it can make that be gameplay instead of a cutscene or dialogue. I think I probably should just at least, yeah. I'll do that. Second draft of high level story. Second draft of high level story. And then let me do this. Yeah. Story, and this will be ordered stuff. So I should do second draft of high level story. And probably by that point I should really just do like, I mean, I think this is fine. I mean, this is like high level, right? This is a high level, a lot of it's gameplay. Or it's basically all just explaining gameplay, and I have the red stuff, which is something that can't really be that. What's the white part? The white part is like background details, I think. Also, I'm calling him pirate here, but he's not. I just like forgot to, yeah. Okay, so that just needs to be, I like stopped in the middle of that or something. Where am I trying to go? Work list. Honestly, probably what I should do, instead of having like the board, I think a canvas can link to another canvas, right? That's probably what I should just do. I should probably make it like a folder. Or the board would be out here, and then I'd have a folder with all the levels. Yeah, let me say that. Not even read, just organize it. Or should I just have it all up front? Because then I won't have to go drilling into things to see information. I don't know. I'll consider that. Definitely need a second draft, and then yeah, I'm gonna say do a third draft. I need to do that. I need to do passes on that for sure. And I guess the way that I should do it is probably just by starting over, right? I sort of like go through what I have now. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And then like copy it over to another thing. So I really have to consider every bit again. And then if I just get an itch to do any more details or anything like that, I can just put that in there. And same thing with doing it a third time. Same idea. Because then there might just be stuff that I think, no, that's dumb, and then just drop it. Right. So... and like at this point, then I would do... yeah, I'll just like list out... levels and add to this list, and that's where I'll just leave that one there. Big tasks. I've got... I think I have all the concepts for the weapons there. It's mostly just pictures. I have such a small... wow. Or like a couple sentences of each one. You see, these just look crazy. These look stupid. Alright. Seeing those again, I don't like them. Okay. Where am I? Work list. Weapons. What's the weapon system? I think I wanted to do like Doom style, where you just have all the weapons all the time. I can have limited weapons, 2 weapons, 3 weapons. But then that doesn't seem right. I like having all the weapons. So alright. Do I actually already have that? Weapons system. Do nots, do's. This is like all over the place. Do not do these things. No ammo types. No functional animations. Yeah. Animation locking. Use internal timers instead of waiting for certain animation states or animations to complete. Yeah. No trigger mechanism. new recoil. I wrote a sim. Why did I specify sim? I don't know what that means. Chambering charging, yeah. That's basically just the trigger mechanism. Single weapon script. No inheritance, no components. It handles state and animation. No functional animation. Parameterize things with resources. A weapon should just be a list of sliders the weapon script uses. Resources are the weapon. They go to ammo state and remember it. Duplicate a weapon and change parameters in real time. Okay. That's like what Halo does. I think it's exactly what Halo does. They have like the whole weapon is defined by a resource that doesn't do any code on its own, or doesn't, like, not really. Like, it might have helper functions for interfacing with it, but they definitely just have like the generic weapon script that just reads the resources. Debug tools at the beginning. Yeah. But also I definitely don't want to do systems right now. This one I don't have. I think all weapons is best. Yeah, I think I also just have to wait for weapons until I really get enemies in there. Otherwise, I'll just have a weapon that I can't even, like, I won't even know if it's good until... I don't know. I can have both ideas, but then I think it's best, it should probably be like, I start by making the enemy that I plan to shoot at, and then I would make the weapon that I plan to shoot it with. That kind of thing. Otherwise, I will have a weapon and no one to shoot at. I'm gonna say... Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't wanna do weapons until I have an enemy. And then it would just be following this stuff. Plan. Type and resource type and sure you have the layout ready before you implement this system. So plan the weapon resource fully, and I'll say actually create resources for all weapons. Okay. What else for weapon? Do you have anything to shoot at? I'll just repeat it again. Okay. Big tasks, story, weapons. I'll write enemies, but then move them up here. Yeah, I do have to like finish. Get the smaller and larger versions of the crawler. I think use the spring cast for maintaining ground contact and softening impacts on the legs. No legs just hover above the ground, rigidly collide. Yeah. So it's disconnected where the leg colliders impact the ground and where IK wants to place them. Also allow disabling grip when the leg needs to change footing position. Make sure their forces as 6 springs would otherwise probably over-accelerate. Iterating would allow damping to equalize the forces as both bodies would incur a huge initial acceleration each frame. Yeah. Fix walking on the wrong side of surfaces, virtual clipping. One idea is to ray trace along the bones of the chain if it intersects with anything but the crawler bodies. Ignore any ground cast contact. If it hits the main body, consider it a good ground. What? What did I mean by that? If it hits the main body. The main body? I think that's what I meant. Starting from the end and going to the root. Yeah, then at this point I need like do I have anything about that? I have nothing for that. I have nothing. Stuff. This is a great file. Okay. Figure out what figure out what the behavior system will be. It should be as simple as possible. Please. Wow. Falling asleep. And then I think it's as far as I go for that one. I think I don't have any... Do I have any other ideas for what... Do not. No group behavior. Yeah. An enemy made to be shot by certain weapons, but also any weapon is viable. Let me mention that. But weapons are viable. Okay. That was just like a cool idea right at the start. Ooh. Right at the start. Ancient robots. Blind. Rosa seek out noise and explode. Why did I write that? I'm just copying an idea I already had. How do I even explain what that is? Yeah, I think I need to... That would be one. What are they? So finish the crawler before starting any other enemy. I'm going to... I don't know if I... Yeah, I'm going to save that, actually. Determine what different about them and plan out how many. How many enemies does Halo have? Halo has the Elite, the Jackal, the Grunt, the Hunter. I'll count a Sword Elite as being a different thing, because I think those ones are like... They spawn in with a sword, right? So it's kind of like 5 different things. I think. I think the Grunts and Jackals always just had plasma pistols. The Elites always had... no, the Grunts could also have Needlers. Maybe the Jackals could too. That was interesting that they did, actually. The enemies would be like the same kind of enemy, but they would have different weapons. They would fight you in different ways. They also had a very complicated like behavior system where they would literally do different things depending on the type of enemy it was. Grunts were more likely to flee and they could throw grenades. Jackals could not throw grenades, and they would try to keep a distance from you generally. And elites would usually just charge at you and shoot you a lot and take cover. Yeah, elites could take cover. Hunters just followed you and shot at you. That's all they really did. Or they would swing at you when you got close enough. They did have them shoot at your last location when you would go to cover, which was really cool. That was really cool. I could probably do that. Yeah, because basically what I think I should do is I should plan out the robots and what they can do. That helps me decide. That helps me make them all. That helps me to make them all distinct immediately at the start. They need to work with the weapons at the same time. The weapons are supposed to be doing certain things. So I need the enemies to match the weapons. And then if maybe there's like a level of intelligence that they have, that they do things a little bit differently. Still needs to be really simple. If I make security robots, they would have to be capable of taking cover, which is a difficult thing. Well, more like a very tedious thing to set up. I would need like nodes all over levels to say like this is where you can take cover and this is how you take cover. Yeah. Fighting style. Distinct shapes and fighting style. They should match up. One-to-one with the major weapons. I won't give myself a number. I guess I kind of have given myself a number because, well, it's more like I think the rifle, the security gun, and the shotgun are like the three like special things, I guess. Like this one's for this type, this one's for this type, this one's for this type. And all the other weapons are just like overpowered in some way or special use. I guess just like special use. so I'll just listen out specifically. Rifle. That are ideal for destroying them. And I'll say I would like a larger, maybe also a smaller version of the crawler. Determine what's different about them and what they, yeah. And what playing style is best. Let me check what this one is. Charge shots disable machines, instantly destroy small machines, can destroy machines if... Okay. That's probably it for that one. Levels. Only start this when you have yeah, because I really don't want to do like start doing levels and then realize a whole area I just want to delete or totally change for the purpose of the story. I guess this is also something I haven't really thought about. What does each level feels like? Right? Each level should be like an enemy on its own, basically. There's a certain flow to it that's distinct from all the others. Ideally, they should be visually distinct as well. Such a great idea. Though I'll just write it here. I feel like that could be cool. A good amount of time to reflect on the game, right? But also not, you know, nothing happening. There should, yeah, must be a couple robots to fight. But very few. But remarkably few. Remarkably few compared to the rest of the game. I'll say players alone. Right. Just need to put that idea in there. So when you have that draft, very good idea what each level feels like. So this would just be and when counters happen, what enemies and what weapons are available at that time. I think it was also an idea at some point that I had. When entering, what is it? It's this one, right? Yeah. Maybe have player place I sort of had an issue where the location that I have an interaction happening is just kind of impossible to explain without just saying it's magic. how you're even able to like communicate. So I thought maybe it could be like an interesting gameplay thing to just have to set things up. So you can have like basically, I don't know, like you're placing a bunch of mirrors to bring light from outside inside, that kind of idea. So there's like always an unbroken line of sight to to the outside, basically, through like radio waves or whatever it is. It could just be an interesting thing to do. Definitely not like definitely not any sort of like a defend thing. You're just placing them and then that's it. And it would just be something for you to do. I don't know, is that fun? Is that fun to do? I don't really want to use it as an excuse to take control away from the player to make something happen or to be like an invisible wall. And if I also did it, it would have to be incorporated into the actual gameplay experience. Like when you reached an area that communication is breaking, there's signs that it's happening, right? So possibly it could be, the thing could just kind of be set up like a maze. And so you're guided as you go through. That wouldn't really make sense. You would definitely have a map of it. You would have a map of it. I mean, Halo doesn't have a map. Very few games actually have a map. In fact, usually it's taken out for the purpose of sort of the counterintuitive reason of immersion, where removing the map, it also would just naturally require me to be more considerate of the shape of the level. So it would be, if I make a mistake where there's a place that's easy to get lost, I wouldn't have the crutch of a map to save me. I would have to fix that. So no map. Well, it could also be... I don't know. I'm not sure with that. Either way, if I do this, yeah. This is done. Then contact must actually drop out when when entering dead zones. Like your radio would actually have to go static or something. I don't know if I'm gonna go that far. I could even make that an actual gameplay puzzle element where you're not told, there's not a blue circle that highlights and says go up to this and press the button and then bam, you have signal in the area. It could literally be like, what's that game? Talos principle, where you actually have to figure out the layout, and even more than that. No, that wouldn't make sense because that's just like radio. Like it doesn't matter. I'm not sure. Because if I make it like a maze, then I have to make the whole maze. Right? I don't want to make a maze. I don't know, it's an idea, like, it sounds bad and it also sounds cool at the same time. This one really would have to depend on how it's done. It could be good if it's done well. Maybe. It might be good if it's done well. It's just like, I don't even know what this, I don't even know what this is. This isn't, that's not even a plan. That's just saying what I need to do. What? I don't know my own mind. What else have I got? Weapons. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's actually a big thing. Music. I still don't know what I'm going to do for music. I also don't know what I'm going to do for dialogue. Needs sounds for everything as well. Huh. And then start designing appearance and sounds of each weapon. Enemies, distinct shapes, sounds. Like, forgot about sound. Well, I just thought of something interesting. If I do have like a robot type that seeks out sounds, then, well, I guess I can just like, I could probably suspend the disbelief of like why it wouldn't attack other robots that are the same kind as it. But that has a setup there where a player could figure out a way to either draw one group to another, basically. So either get the bombs' attention and bring them to like crawlers, or get the crawlers' attention and bring them to bombs, that kind of thing. Or you know what would be... Oh wow, this is actually such a good setup. Hang on. This is actually a good setup. So, idea. This does require openable doors or something like that. So, openable... That's just not a word. Whatever. Doors that the player can open. Introduce the doors. Let the player find stuff. Put explosive robots in a room and make it obvious that only the robots are in the room. Have the player set up the player to pass the room with enemies chasing. They could open the door and release the bombs on pursuing robots. That's a good setup. That would be very satisfying, I think. Obviously, it can't just be like the whole thing is for that, but that's like a setup. This also, yeah, I mean, fundamental. I mean, doors should be present in other places prior to this, and at least give two opportunities for the strategy. At least two at different times, not like one back to back. Different times, not back to back. I feel like some of the stuff I have to tell myself, even though I'm sure that I wouldn't really make the mistake anyway. But I don't know. I mean, even if I did make the mistake, I'm sure I can trust myself to like go back and revisit it and then say, that's actually dumb. I never do that again. And I have like two, they're both just back to back. Right? It should always be the kind of skill where, the sort of setup where it's demonstrated, you do it, and then later on, you're challenged to remember it. So it's like 2 levels or 3 levels later, the opportunity arises again. And maybe it's a little bit harder to pull it off, but you see the possibility. And you're like, okay, I can make this happen now. Right? Like I see it, there's a strategy, and maybe it's not so trivial like you see the room and then the robots chase you and just open the door. It'd be like you'd have to go out of your way to make it happen. The first time it probably happens, it is like kind of free. Like, I even wonder for dialogue if I might just do a voice myself. I probably should. I probably should actually voice a character myself. Are there any systems do you consider? I have, I think, sight and sound and like limited memory for behavior. So they can see you, they can hear you, and they can remember you. And then I think they don't really have any concept of each other or themselves either. I mean, they shouldn't. The whole idea is that they're just like really strictly programmed robots, or I don't know, like generically programmed robots. They're still like very narrow in their application. And they've been like hastily modified to attack you. Well, except for the case where one of them is literally designed to do what it ends up doing, which is fighting you. Except for that one. That's definitely one that's going to exist, and it's definitely going to be the biggest outlier. They should be difficult because they can strategize. And I say strategize in a very loose sense. I would probably just have like cover markers, and they would just have a generic concept of closing the distance on you and also knowing that they're not alive. So they still value getting close to you, but then there's probably a point when they're close enough that they kind of throw all of that out the window and just rush you down. Like they can encircle you. Like if you were to walk into a room and they were on the other side of the room and they saw you and you hide behind cover, they would slowly flank you. Whereas all the other ones, you could probably sit in the room forever and they would never find you. But those ones or even just they know. I mean, they can smell you or something. They just know where you are. They just have a good idea. Is that too much? Is that too much? I guess all I know for sure is that I really just have the basic idea of some of these weapons. Some idea of the robots. I really have like 3. I think I have the boss, the security robots, and then the crawlers. And that's actually all I have so far. And I just have like theories of other ones. I mean, I don't know. This is kind of a lot. This is a lot. I'm just watching a clock at this point. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm going to call it there for today. I've been watching the clock for like the last 2 hours. Yeah. Work in design. some clarifications. All right. Okay. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.